Okay, we are recording. And if you're watching the recording, this is ELC 128. This is June the 2nd, 2020. And anyhow, so I'm outside. If you hear noises, you hear trucks going by, may hear donkeys and mules making noises in the background. I'm outside because of several computers I had to get set up this afternoon for loading software for some students, and I just brought everything out here to do it. And, okay, so let's see.
Hey, Mr. Durwood.
Yes, sir.
Hey, do you want us to send the that project when we get done?
Yes, sir.
Or that lab?
Yep. Yeah, I want to run them tonight. My goal is to get everybody's run. Those of you that have already sent it, if there's nothing wrong with it, I'm going to go ahead and run them. And some people have had to go back and do some tweaking to it. And so if you want to show me what you got, I can see it before you send it, and I can tell you if it's right or not. So you can do the screen sharing, and I can tell you if you can scan through the addresses. I can tell you if it's good or not.
Can y'all see that?
Okay, let me get my. Okay, the first line's good. Second line's good. Third line's good. Scroll on down. Okay, your not logic is good. Your NOR, you got three NORs in there, which is okay. It only called for two. If three's okay, you can do three.
Okay.
It's fine. It really is. It's fine. And now on the NAND logic, if you're going to be like a vehicle, you would only have two doors. But if you're going to pretend you've got three doors on a vehicle, that's okay. On the NAND logic where they're in parallel.
Yes, sir.
That was kind of simulating a vehicle with the driver door and a passenger door limit switch.
Yes, sir.
When you shut both doors, it actually pops both of those open. So it would normally just have two, but you can.
Well, I can take that one out. That ain't a big deal.
Okay, if you want to do that one, take the third one out, and also on your NOR line above it, take the third one out there.
Yes, sir.
If you want to be like right identical to what it was calling for, there's nothing wrong with adding them in. There's nothing wrong with it. In real life, you may have a situation where you're going to do that. And then let's see, on your memory logic now, on your stop button, because we're using a real normally closed that's going to the input. Then you want to make that instruction there to be an examine on, because the actual device that's outside of the PLC, the actual button itself, is already normally closing. You don't want to do normally close two times. So the way that you change that is you double click down in the instruction where it shows the slash in there, double click it and change it to XIC to examine if closed.
Okay.
Examine on, yeah. And you can hit enter. Now, and again, the reason for that is because the real push button is already normally closed coming in.
Okay.
And if you do it twice, you'll actually cancel your logic out and it won't work correct.
Okay.
And you'll see it the rest of your stuff looks good there. If you cut your screen share off, I'm going to show you the physical button. And
can you look at real quick too? I was going to send you mine.
Yeah, hold on one second here. Let me show you something here. Okay, so can y'all see that the wiring schematic I have right there?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Now the reason why in the program that you're having to choose and examine on for that stop button, y'all see my mouse moving around?
Yeah.
Now that's already physically a normally closed button out here on this panel. And with that being said, whenever you release that stop button, you have voltage going into input 0. There'll be voltage there all the time until you press it and actually interrupt that push button. So when the button is released, you got voltage coming in to input 0, and you have to use an examine on instruction, which would be true at that point. When you get voltage coming in on an examine on instruction, it's going to be true when there's voltage there. When you press that stop button, it's going to, then the voltage coming in will be nothing. It'll have 0 volts coming in at that input, and that examine on instruction will not be true anymore. It won't be green anymore. So that's why you have to use, you know, an examine on, is because that button is already physically normally closed. So PLC logic is, there are some slight differences on what you have to use and why. But when you compare the real world device out here that we're wiring in, what configuration that is, that's going to tell you what you've got to use inside the program when you know what the actual program instructions are looking for. So if you use a normally open to program or examine on, it's only going to be true when there's voltage coming in, okay? If you choose an examine off instruction that looks like normally closed in the program, then that instruction that looks like normally closed, the only time it's going to be true is when there's no voltage coming into that input. So if the input is actually 0 volts, then that instruction will be true that looks like normally closed. It's only true when there's no voltage coming into the real input, physical input. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Connor and Cameron, I'm gonna cut my screen share off. If you want to show me what your program looks like, I'll be glad to check it out. Okay, let me get my screens here out of the way. Can you enlarge it a little bit? You can hit your magnify.
Yeah.
It's over the blue 0. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now, so your first line is good. Second line, good. Third line is good. Now, on your fourth line for your not logic, that output is, that you got output 3 there, that's going to your third starter. If you can change that and not use a starter on that one, use a light on that one, and save output 3 for your last circuit for your memory logic. So for the NOT logic, the NOR, and then the NAND, you'll use those 3 lights. If you look at the physical, hold on a second. Got a good breeze out here. Now, if you see in the webcam there, what I was going to say was, Connor and Cameron, that if you have, you want to save that third starter for your memory logic and use your lights, those last 3 outputs. I feel goofy here doing this, trying to line it up on this camera. But have those lights right there reserved for your not nor NAND. Yep. Okay. Not that you have to, but it's just going to come across better. You're going to get a better effect off of it doing it that way.
Okay.
Okay, so if you go on down, let's see, what else did you have? The NOR logic. NOR logic looks good, but the output again for you would be using output 4, 5, and 6 for not nor and nan, 4, 5, and 6. So basically, you're going to shift. You would shift 3 of those addresses up, and then move address 3, output 3 down to the last one. That will be what you'll be doing.
All right.
But your inputs are fine. You got a problem on your memory logic down there. The addresses are not good. Your start. Look at your stop button and your start button compared to the physical inputs right here. You see in the webcam what I'm looking at here for the push button? It's input 0 and input 1. Input 0 for stop.
Yeah.
So this drawing here, I actually put it in Moodle for you. It's called the 7 basic logic functions I/O wiring. So this is the schematic diagram for your real PLC program. And this is in Moodle.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll get all that changed and send it to you.
Yeah, do that, and then do another screen share, and it's going to save you from having to send multiple programs, because it's not strange to have to go back and tweak a little something. Once you get this program here done, and you're getting more familiar with real I/O addresses, you just get better and better at it, you know. So, okay, that looks good. I mean, you know what to do. So just show me whenever you finish that.
Okay.
Okay. That's good. And let's see. I see Victor's come in. Victor, how you doing, man?
How you doing, Mr. Durwood? Doing all
Pretty
right?
good. I'm out here chilling in the yard, man. Been loading laptops all afternoon. If you can look over here, I'll show you what I got going on, man.
All right.
There goes my laptop. There goes Darren Branch's laptop. I'm loading his up now. His is the 84% right now, loading Studio 5000. So I got Justin's loaded this afternoon, and I'm getting Darren's loaded right now. They've gone back home with one computer ready to join. I've got my trainer out here in the yard in the back of my truck. I'm tailgating in my truck again. See that? I got my PLC out here.
Yeah.
And also I've got me a drive. I brought a drive home. Look at there. I got a motor and a PowerFlex drive here I can tie into the PLC on one of these nights coming up real soon. So I made that trainer yesterday. I got a single phase drive that got single phase in, 3 phase out. I got that one, and I got a 1/2 horse motor to go with it, and I've got that rigged up where to work. I can do an interface, leaving an analog output on the PLC, going out of the PLC with a 4 to 20 milliamp signal going into the drive for ramping. And I've got, like right here, I've got a temperature probe that I'm going to have wired in for temperature, and it's going to make that drive ramp. It's going to make that the VFD change based on temperature. Also got a modulating valve down here. Y'all read in chapter 1 on modulating valves. You see that valve there? That big valve there in the webcam is a modulating valve that's not just on or off, but it's a valve that actually changes. It's a variable valve that's controlled by PLC. So it's like a servo valve that can be at 10% or 20% or half or 90%. And it's a Siemens brand valve. And it has a 4 to 20 milliamp input for the valve. That's like for a steam valve or hot water, or whatever.
Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot of those in the Smithfield.
Yep. So I brought that home, and I don't have it all hooked up yet, but I've got the VFD trainer working, but I don't have it tied to the PLC. We're going to do that together.
All right.
In the lab, soon to come. We're heading toward that stuff in the book.
I had to rig up a mic real quick because for some reason Bluetooth ain't working. I got it working today.
Okay. How you doing, Roger?
I'm doing good. I was just saying work on some homework.
Working on what?
Working on some homework.
On some homework. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so we'll start by downloading. We're going to download y'all's programs one at a time and let you see them run on the PLC. And the other night we did Kenneth, so Kenneth is good to go. And so if I just follow down the list here, I'm going to go in and do a screen share. I'll show you what I've got as far as student programs.
I just sent mine to you, Durwood.
You did?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me pull the email up.
Hey, Mr. Durwood, I know I haven't sent mine yet because I was moving all my stuff and I don't have the original program, so I'm gonna have to start from scratch.
You don't have what? You said you don't have the original program and what?
I don't have any of my right, so I'm gonna have to start it from scratch. I'm moving all my stuff to this other house, so
Okay. Well, that's okay. Just get it to me. Just get it to me when you get. So, what are you using? A different laptop or?
yeah, I had to like I said, I moved over here and the laptop that I was using was like the family laptop, so I couldn't take it with me.
Oh, okay. I see. You're okay. You're in a different house now.
Yeah.
So do you have the studio software running now?
I downloaded it, but it's extracting now.
Okay.
But it should be almost done, so I'll be on there in a minute.
Yeah. Well, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. I spent all last night hours and then all afternoon doing it for two people, helping them get it stuff done, and got one more that's at 85% right now. Got Darren's that is at 85%. We got Justin's done and running, and I showed them how to write in the emulator, and they took off, and they're going to be joining us in a little while. So he'll come pick his laptop up tomorrow, Darren will, and then he'll be able to get rolling with us. So it's just if as long as you're rolling, it's okay. You know, it's life happens. You know. So I'm looking in my email here, and I see Jamie. And let me go under save. So I got Jamie's newest one. And then I don't see Dylan Ivy. I don't see yours. You said you just sent it to me. You're muted right now. Your microphone is muted, Dylan.
My fault.
Okay. All right.
But I looked at my sent items and it's not in there, so I'm gonna resend it.
Okay. I think I see it now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, there it is.
Yeah, I see it now. But look, you just sent me a backup version. You don't want to do that. That's not your most recent one. You see where it says BAK on the end of it?
That's the one I clicked the one I just saved.
Well, look, the most recent one is not going to say BAK on it. It's just going to say .acd. You look at the timestamp on all of them, and you'll find out that the one that doesn't say BAK would be the newest one.
Okay, let me look real quick.
And the way you can avoid getting mixed up with the backup files with the previous ones, if it says BAK, it's actually not the most recent one. But if you go ahead and delete all of your BAK files, just delete them, get rid of them out of there, then you won't be, getting those crossed up with your most recent one, because
So
you
it's
don't
supposed
need.
to say do what now?
Okay, do you see the screen? My screen.
Oh, let me go to it.
Can you see?
Yeah, I see where you're talking about. The BAK.
Right.
Yes, sir.
That is not the most recent one. It keeps so many backup files of the previous version before you modify them.
Yes, sir.
So that's not the one you want. Listen, do a screen share, and I'm going to show you which one you're supposed to be doing. I'm going to cut mine off. do a screen share and go into your folder, and I'll show you which one you need there. Okay, so if you can lengthen that column so we can see the entire name. Go up top. Yeah, you can lengthen the whole thing and then go up top where it says date modified and lengthen that out so we can see the entire name of the file. Yeah, keep on going. Keep on going. Now, the top one is the most recent one that just says .acd with no BAK in it. See, it's today, June.
Okay, yes, sir.
That now you need to get rid of all the rest of them that say BAK. You don't need them.
Okay.
Those are the last three previous versions that you had. You know, so that's the way you can tell is that the most current one does not have back in it. So you can basically clean up your folder by just getting rid of everything that's backup file. You don't need them because you change them for some reason, and that just means that you're not going to use them anymore.
Okay.
So that's the one you need to email me. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can cut your screen share off, and I'll. Okay, so I'm going to start downloading the ones to the PLC and start running some of these now. So let's go to
Finished mine.
do what?
I said I just finished fixing mine.
You want me to look at it real quick?
Sure.
Or do you think it's?
I think it's right. I'll just show you the bottom.
Now on your stop button, you've got to make that examine on. You still got it examine off.
Okay, yeah, I totally forgot that.
Right, you got to change that one. And your output's good, your holding contact's good, all that's fine. Your 4, 5, 6, all that's good. Yeah, you're looking fine except for that one thing. And listen, look, go in there, double click in the middle of the contact where it shows the slash at, go right down in there and double click it. It says XIO, that's examine off. You want to hit examine on.
Oh, yeah.
Right, click that and it changes the instruction type like that. And now hit enter. Now save it. Yeah, you want to resave it. And now you can attach it and send it to me, and that one to run there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yep, y'all are getting the rolling good here. That's good. I'll start a screen share, and I'm gonna start downloading programs so we can keep moving. Let's see. Got a good breeze out here in the yard. I'm glad it's got a good wind out here to be in the yard. That's fine. Go to the studio. And now, that's not new. I want to go existing. I'm a little trigger happy here. So if I go back to student programs that I have not tested, I don't think I've tested Eric Martin's. I know I haven't. So I'm just going to start. Y'all see those folders I have there? Do y'all see those folders on my screen?
Yes, sir.
So that's showing right there folders I've created of your programs that you sent me. So let's see. Dylan,
All right, Mr. Durwood, I sent mine.
Say it again. Yeah, I'm making yours now.
Yes, I just sent mine. So, okay. Yeah, you cut out. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Right. I'm in the yard on Wi-Fi, and I wish I wasn't out here. I wish I was in the house plugged into Ethernet. So if it's a little spotty, we'll get through it tonight. But I had to be out here for again, I had 3 laptops out here, and I had to bring everything outside to do it in the yard. So, okay. Let's see. So let me go back to the email. All right, I got yours saved. That's good. So, and actually your name kind of appeared up top there. So I'll go ahead and start with yours. Hold on just a second. All righty. So this is Dylan's program. Do y'all see me opening that up now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I pulled up Dylan Ivy's program for the real PLC. Okay, so who can tell me, how do I get this program down into the PLC? What do I do, fellas? Because I'm gonna pretend like I forgot. Can somebody tell me how to get the program in the PLC and run it?
You gotta download it.
Right, and we're using Ethernet this time. We're not going to the emulator. We're going to the real thing. So where do I go? Where do I go to do that? You know, it's
Would it be who active or communications at top?
communications, and you said who active. That's okay. What about now?
Let's see. Is it Ethernet 1? Y'all know?
It is,
Okay.
and I'm
Okay.
going to hit
Hit the little plus.
the plus to expand it.
All right. Now click on that right there. It just popped up. Oh.
Right.
Never mind.
If you have to hold on a minute, it's not seeing it because why do you think it's not seeing it?
I draw fine.
Cause you're not hooked up.
Not sure what to do on it.
Okay, I'm looking at my cable and it actually is plugged up. Now let's see what the real issue here is.
Have you set up ports? Yes. I'm sure.
Yeah, I brought everything out here in the yard, so there's something. Hold on. Okay, what it is, I had to push the jack on the PLC up here. Let's see
Mhm.
if I can get where I can. Right in there where my hand is at.
It wasn't secure.
It won't plug. It didn't click. It didn't click. That's going right into the PLC where the blue cable is in the bottom. That's your Ethernet connection right up under that blue cable. And I didn't have it clicked in place good. So so now I'm still getting that red X. So if you get a red X where it's not recognizing a PLC, and then you correct the problem, sometimes you have to actually not compress, or what do you say? You expand and
Contract.
you
Expand and contract.
contract. It's not contract. It's what is the word? It's a good enough word for it. So you basically have to go back out and sort of fold that back, compress that, and then expand it again. And it's still Xing that out for some reason. And why is it Xing that out? It actually sees it, but it's got it X'd out, which is kind of a strange thing here. Let me take a look at the front of the PLC here. And I don't see anything physically wrong. I'm going to unplug the cable, plug it back in. Now I actually see a link light actually flashing on the PLC to where I didn't before. So I'm going to hit minus and then hit plus again. It's still got that X'd out. It's not supposed to be X'd out. But it's giving me an option to go online, which is kind of unusual. Let's see what happens if I hit go online, but that X is not, it normally, if there was something wrong there, you wouldn't have an option over here to go online. Do y'all see my mouse moving around?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so this is kind of unusual. Let's see what happens when I say go online. Now, here's what's wrong. I didn't download the program. It's still got Kenneth's program in there. It's got Kenneth, you see where it says Kenneth, and then I got Dylan Ivy out here.
Okay, have to hit download.
Wait a minute. Did we hit download?
No.
We didn't hit download. That's what's wrong. See, my
No.
brain is not hitting on all cylinders right now. I've been through some mess.
I just figured you wanted to try to look at it without downloading it.
We didn't download it. I don't think we downloaded it.
No, we didn't.
So we're gonna download. Here we are, like 2 weeks into the class, and we're still dealing with getting people loaded on software. It's like I'm sitting here going, ah! I'm shaking my head. I was like, oh my gosh. Don't y'all want to be a teacher and go through this kind of stuff? Now,
Durwood, I have these same problems every semester.
Every semester.
I feel your pain. It actually used to be worse, but now we have like a server that is like, it's like automated. It automates a lot of it. We used to have to do this from scratch every class.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to go back up under communications and see how that appears now under Who Active. To see it's not X'd out now. We're already online. It's not X'd out now, so it's looking fine right there. So up here, do y'all see the green icon where it said remote run?
Yeah.
So, and you see the green power rail there. So you got power.
Yes, that's live right now.
Real quickly, I'm going to go and disable. I'm going to force off all the lines except for the one that we're going to do, so that I don't have a lot of different outputs coming on at the same time. You right click and you hit force off. So each one I'm going to right click and force them off just real quickly here. Except for that one, because that one's not going to trigger on. I'm not sharing the same 3 inputs on that run there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the forces are in purple. Do y'all see the purple color?
Yeah.
Now, to get those to turn red to actually go into effect, to actually force an output off, then we go way over here to the force window where it says forces up here above main program. And we open that drop down and we go into IO forcing. And y'all see where it says enable all IO forces?
Mm-hmm.
You do that, and then it's double checking, because you have a risk involved here when you force that whatever you force is really going to move. So if it's a large cylinder, if it's a cutter, or if it's a grinder or a mixer or whatever it is in a plant, when you say yes, it's going to run, and it's not going to be looking at safety gates or anything. So forcing actually works whether you have safeties on or not. So be careful. Be really careful how you use forcing. Make sure there's nobody around the machine that could get in there and get their hands or anything or any of their body parts in there. So they'd always ask you again, and we say yes. So actually, here in this version, it actually turns a gold color on my screen. Kind of the office kind of in gold. So it's purple, and when the force is installed, it's purple. But when you enable it and it really goes into effect, that the color of the off word goes to a kind of a gold or amber look, you know. Okay. So at this point, I'll flip the webcam around. Let me move this. And let's see. So you're going to watch the switches in my camera, and you can watch the logic on the screen. Do y'all see both? So here comes switch number 1. Safety gate 1. Did y'all see that come on in the program? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you see this switch here come on. It did. Now, also you saw an input come on up top. So if I go over up to here, you see the light changing in the screen?
Yeah.
The real input.
Yep.
Okay. So we do 1, safety gate 1, 2, and then 3. So the physical switches I have in the webcam, they're all on. That's your safety gates. And then your MCR relay is going to be the one I'm focusing in on now with the camera. So watch it. When I drop out one of the safety gates, look at what happens. You see it go in and out?
Yes, sir.
Maybe I can get it at an angle. Maybe you may see it better. You see it go in and out? So if I have all 3 safety gates in place, that starter or that contactor is in. But if I drop one of them out, you see you lose it. Okay, so that's the real, you know, the real physical devices there. And you saw the MCR relay kicking in and out. And then I'm going to go large screen so you can see the LEDs on the front of the PLC. I'm going to cut screen share off and go large screen on my webcam. So now, do you see? You see the 3 lights on in that module? Do you see 3, 4, and 5 on it in slot 1?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now
Yeah.
watch closely. I'm a little bit shaky here, but I'm leaning over the back of a truck. So I'm going to drop out number 3. You see 3 go away?
Yeah.
3's coming back. Now I'm going to drop out 4. 4 drops out. And now I'm going to drop out 5. You see 5 go away? Y'all see the actual physical LEDs coming on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So troubleshooting wise on the machine in real life, you know, you have, that's your PLC chassis right there with the CPU, the main PLC. And then in the blue group up there, that's giving you the real LEDs that you can visually see what's going on. And again, those 3 lights are indicative of those 3 selector switches there that's taking the place of your safety gate switches. Okay, so that's your AND circuit, and now let's do OR. So I'm gonna flip back to screen share, and we'll go down to the next one for, I'll disable the AND circuit, and I'm going to remove the force here. So now it can, okay. So now I'm going to try to get my webcam set up with a stand. If you hold on 1 second, so I'm not having to hold this thing. Let me get regrouped here with my camera. Okay, Darren's laptop has just got finished right there. You can see on the screen, it's ready to activate his. That's Darren Branch's computer. So let me get this webcam set here. I got some spaghetti right here with all these cords out here. Yep. I had everything set up just so in the house, and all of a sudden had to shift gears. So I'm moving this boom stand around so I can let you guys get a view. I'm gonna go just to a camera view real quick. That's actually quite good. I think I'm gonna leave it right there. That's actually right good, pretty nice right there. Go in. You can pretty well make out what the numbers are, can't you? Pretty close to it. Y'all see what the numbers are up there? Can you tell that's a 0 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and so on?
Yeah, I can make it out.
You can make it. You can. Let me see if I can kind of go in a little bit more and maybe improve it just a pinch. I found out that with this camera, a 10-inch gap between the camera and the object is actually the best distance, believe it or not, is 10 inches away from something.
Well,
And
can't you
you know,
adjust it?
you got to take the camera apart.
Oh,
You've got to
wow.
take the camera apart. This is actually June the 30th. June the 30th, the end of this month, is when the better camera is supposed to ship from Granger. That's how far behind they are from the manufacturer on getting webcams, because everybody and their brother's trying to get webcams now. Now that's actually really good there. Man, you ain't gonna beat that at all. Look at that. You see that?
Yep.
That's actually very good. And I'm sitting here probably at I bet that's 14 inches from the object. But then again, I'm outside now. I've got better lighting out here right now for a while. But say, now watch. We're looking at the OR logic, and I'm going to do input 3. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go to screen share. So I'm on OR logic right now. So if I go to input 3, you see input 3? So input 3 Do y'all see the program running?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So input 3 gave you starter 1 by itself. Now input 2 will give it. I mean, input 4 will give it to you for switch 2. See that? So limit switch 2 is giving it to you by itself. It's giving you the starter, and then number 3. You see that? So so it's giving you. It only takes 1 to do it. Now I'm going to flip back to the webcam only. And you're going to see input 3 come on. And also, you see right here, you get input 3, and that input 3 is giving you output 1. Do you see that over there? I'm pointing at the output.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it only took 1 input here to give you an output, only 1. And now I'm going to cut off 3 and cut on 4. And that's going to be like pretending that we have 3 different thermostats in a hog house, for instance. So now input 4 is giving you the same output 1. It only took 1. You know, it could have been 3 or 4 or 5. It's 4 now, and you're getting that output. Do y'all see the camera good there?
Yep.
Yeah, the camera's actually doing like very good right now. You can make those numbers out very good. Now 4 is going to drop out. That thermostat's going to go down, and the thermostat input 5 is going to come on. So you have input 5, thermostat 5 come on, and it give you the same output there because it's an OR circuit between 3 or 4 or 5. And so these are your LED indications for troubleshooting. Everybody got it?
Yep.
Now voltmeter wise, if you're going to troubleshoot with a meter, it's very, very simple. Then I'm going to go to the DC common, and then I'm going to go to the particular input. And for me to measure this input here, input 4, for instance, input 5, for instance, if I'm going to check it with this meter here, with that meter, then I've got to go to the right terminal number that's going to be for input 5 down here on this terminal strip. So let's go down there now. And the way I've got the inputs is I have input where I'm pointing at, that's input 0, input 1, and the physical input 3, I've skipped it. There goes 4, 5, and 6. Oh, that's 0 and 1. I skipped 2. I'm sorry, I skipped 2. 2 I'm not using on the wiring right now. I've got it reserved for another lab, for the next lab. So it's input 0, input 1, and then you have 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so for the 5th one, you see where I'm going on the terminal strip there?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going there with my red probe, and then I'm going to go to the common. The common is right over here in the gray. And so what do you see on the meter there?
24 volts.
Yep. Let's get the meter set right. Position where I can hold everything at one time. So you've got, this is a little bit of a challenge where I'm at out here. But I'll get it right. So there goes your 24 volt right there. Hold on. Y'all see that 24? Now I'm going to cut the switch off. The switch went off. There's no voltage. Switch comes back on. Got voltage with the switch on. Switch off. Switch on. Switch off. So that's how you check that particular input for input 5. Is you got to find the right wire position on the terminal strip down in here, which was the last one, and it's kind of congested looking down there. I know with all this spaghetti in here, but the last one was the one for input 5 in the orange wires, and then the gray was a common. Okay, now how about the output? How do we check an output? So If I go up top, let's take a look. You see that output there? That output lit up output 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's check voltage and see. It's supposed to be 120 volts leaving this module at output 1. So the way you check it is you put your red probe on output 1, which would be on the labeling here, output 1. It's a second location on the right. So it would be not the first one, but the second one. You see that with my probe? So I've gone to the second location there. And then I also have to find a common. The neutral, the AC neutral is not in this module here. The AC neutral is going to be over where the power comes in over here on this side. So I'm going to touch output 1 with my red probe, and then my AC common is actually over here. Do you see the white wire over here?
Yep.
That white wire is the AC common coming in. So I'm going to put my common probe over here on the white wire. So the black probe is common. That's where your 0 volts is going to be. You go there, and then you put the red probe over on the module output. So I'm going to let you view the LED and then the meter while I probe that. So I'm going to go here to output 1, the second screw there. I'll put the meter in position there that you can see the meter and the LED. And now I'm going to go to neutral on the power strip. Now, what do you see there?
122.
You got 122 volts AC coming out where the LED is over there on that module that's lit up. Now, so if I hold, I'm not able to hold both at the same time. Let me see if I can rig up something here. The neutral is a pretty good distance from it. Let's see. Let me see if I can do something here. Right to there. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to switch it at the same time. But if you notice there, you see the light, the output LED is on right now. And now if I go and I cut the switch off, I actually can do that. Yeah, I can reach the switch now. If you look closely, yeah, things are moving on me. All right, if you look closely there, you see the light. Now watch, I'm going to cut the switch off. Oh, switch is off, switch is on. You see the LED on the module, it's lit. Hold on, let me regroup here, guys. I'm leaning way over. I got too much going on out here. Let me get something where I can work with this, guys. Give me just a second. I'm overextending myself here. This is just an odd, awkward position in here. What I'm trying to do. I'm gonna pull the trainer closer to me. Okay, now I can work with this. Meter's going back on output 1. Okay, so you see the output light, you see the meter reading there, you got voltage there, and now I'm going to cut the switch off. I cut the switch off, there's no light, and then you get 0 volts. Y'all see all that?
Yes.
Okay, so the output light's gone and the voltage is gone. Cut it back on. And now you got your voltage in the meter and you see the LED on the module lit. So when there's a light on the output, then you're supposed to see voltage on your meter always. Now, outputs can go bad. So if you have that little amber light on that output, you have a light there, but there's no voltage leaving there, then that physical output's bad. So that happens every so often over so many years of running. These modules can go bad and you'll have a light out there. The PLC is trying to turn the output on, but that output has actually died over being used so many times. And where I'm pointing at right here, that physical output right there, it can go bad in here, the relay, where it says it's a relay output module.
So, Mr. Durwood,
Uh-huh.
is there any way if they go out to fix them other than replacing the whole module?
No, you got to replace the whole module.
Okay.
Unless you know how to take the module apart and replace a little small relay inside of there, that you got to unsolder it and then solder a new one in, and you would be hard pressed to ever have time to do that.
Okay.
Companies are always going to stock the whole module, and when you have a bad output, let's say this. Let's say if you weren't using all the outputs, if you had a couple of spares in there, then what you would do is physically, let's say like right now, I'm only using outputs 0 through 6. Now let's say for instance that this output 1 went bad, that I had a light here, but there was no voltage there. Everybody follow? No voltage. I have a light, but no voltage. Then, and I have all these spare outputs down here. Let's say I can cut the PLC off, lock it out. I can move this wire to a spare output that's not being used in the program, and then go into logic and actually change the address from output 1 to output 7. And as long as you change the address in the program and you move that physical wire down to a spare, and you change the address in the program, then you didn't have to replace the entire module. So as long as you got some spares, you've got room to actually move things and go to a new output.
So if you were to change the physical wire to a different output and not change it in the PLC itself, what would happen?
Then it still wouldn't be working,
Okay.
because the PLC doesn't know that you moved it. So I'm going to flip back to the logic screen and just show you. Let's go back to the program. So right here, what we're doing, do y'all see my logic now, or your logic?
Yes, sir.
That output that says out data.1, what you'd have to do is go offline. You go up here, you go offline where it's in remote run right now. You would go offline like I'm doing now. Make sure you're not online. You would go in there and change that. And I'm just going to give you an example how that would be done. So if you right click on that address, do y'all see what I'm doing? Can y'all see where I'm at for edit?
Yes.
Yes.
You go
Yes,
into
sir.
edit, and then you go under alias for what? Instead of it being data.1, you would go under the slot 2 outputs and choose the available spares. And the next one that's not grayed out is actually 7. So you would choose 7. Okay, data.7 and hit apply, and then hit OK. Now, do you see 7 show up there?
Yes.
So that's what you would have to do, and save it and re-download the program to the processor. So you would go back up here, hit the save, and then go into communications and re-download that program all over again. And you got to physically move that wire to output 7, and then you're good to go. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm going to change it back because we don't want that. So we'll go back under alias 4, and it's going to be, let's see, all of a sudden 1 is unused. So we're going to go back to 1 like you had and hit apply, okay. And, you know, we didn't, so we're just going to leave that alone, okay. Let's go back online. Okay, so and it's saying that there's been changes. Okay, there's been changes. The project has offline changes that are not in the controller. So we're going to have to go ahead and download because it knows we were up to something. So let's go ahead and download. Even though we reverted back to what we had, it knows we were up to something. So you've got to download again so that it does it. It has to be an exact match. Okay, so we're back now to where you have one input making that work. If I can alternate between limit switch 2 and 3, and your OR circuit's working fine. Now let's go down and let's force that one off. Force that one off. We're going to let this in here run for your combination. So for combination, well, actually on the ones that I forced, they're purple. So you go up to the forces window and IO forcing enable and enable forces. Now I can do your combination and or. So I'm going to do the input 3 and an input 5. So you see how that's working there? Can y'all see the program running?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to cut 3 off and cut 2 on. So now it's working with either input 3 or 4 and 5. So that one or that one in combination with 5. Okay, and if you flip, if I flip over to the screen, take a look at your inputs. Now you have 3 and 5 on, and you're getting an output. You're actually getting too many outputs because I didn't force the other rungs off. Let me let's go over and force these other ones off. Because I don't want to be confusing what you see out here on the machine whenever we do that. We only want to focus on one line at a time. So we're looking at and or. And so now you see where I'm pointing at, you have input 3 on and 5, and you're getting that one output 2. See it? If I cut 3 off and cut 4 on, you have 4 and 5, you're getting that, your output. So you're good to go there. If I cut 5 off, you're losing your output. I can have 3 and 4 on coming in, your LEDs, and I don't get an output until you have the and portion in there. The and is the 5. So cut 5 on, and all of a sudden you do get that. Okay. And then if I lean down like that, let you look at the starter I'm pointing at right down here, I'm to let you see that. Y'all see that moving?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Going in and out. That's giving you with 3 and 5, and that's with 4 and 5. So you're getting that starter kicking in like that. So you're good to go there. And that starter kicking in is coming off of the output. This output right here. Output 2. Now, we know it's supposed to be 120 volts. Now you can actually measure it. you can measure it from that module there to neutral, or you can come down to the starter and check it directly. This is the one that's moving right here. Now I can go and I can measure from the A1 to the A2 that's right in front of it. If I move the camera a little bit, I can measure from here to here, and that's your hot and that's your neutral for the starter. So it's energized right now. And you just simply take and go to neutral, go to A2. That white wire is A2 if you look on your schematic. And then up here is A1. And you're getting your 120 volt. You see that? 122. So if I can manage to do this and let you see it energize and actually go in and out. Now watch it go away. You see it go away? So you're getting 122 when it kicks in. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Yep.
So you physically go to the
Yes, sir.
device like that, and you check it on the coil, and you get into 120 when you see that red tab kicking in. So this is how you actually troubleshoot an output physically. If it's not, if that starter's not kicking in and out, and you're not getting voltage there like you are now, if you're not getting those indications, then you come back up to the PLC up here. Back out. That's funny how it gets clear if you back out. And so you know if you didn't get the voltage at the starter, then you come back up to here. It's output 2, and you would measure output 2, which is the second terminal on the back row, which would be back in here. That's the second one on the back row. You would measure there, and if you had voltage there, but you didn't have it down at the starter, then you have a connection problem wrong between this wire and the starter where I just showed you. But right here where you are, if you don't have voltage there, but you have a light, if you have a light and there's no voltage in here, then the internal output is actually bad, and you've either got to move it to a spare and readdress that output, or if all of the outputs are being used, then the module has to be replaced. The entire module has to be replaced if there's no spare outputs. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So that I've seen many times to where, you know, as you see here, there's lots of spare outputs. It's pretty common to have some spares, but not always. So it's just a matter, if you do have spares, then you can certainly move it. And it doesn't take but a couple of minutes to move it and readdress an output in the program and re-download, and you're ready to go. And I will add this, if you do that, if you move one and you change the program, then you want to save a backup copy of the program and put it in your engineering office at your plant, so that the update that you did is going to be saved for everybody to have access to, not just you. So Victor, if you're at the plant and you do something like this, or McGill or whoever, or Dylan, and you make a change like that from the original program, save it on the laptop, save it on a thumb drive. And I would also, whatever form that you do your backups for the engineering office, for like a safe copy for the engineer, I used to actually burn them to a CD. I would actually, back when laptops had CD drives in them, I would actually take a CD-ROM and put it in there, and I would actually take the program and burn it to a CD and put it in the engineering office. And we had everything on CD backed up, because CDs don't go bad, you know. A thumb drive can last 10, 12 years maybe, but a CD will last forever unless you scratch it. So again, you know, make backup copies. Okay, so now moving right along, let's see. I'm gonna try to make it quicker here because I know there's a lot of you waiting for your programs to run. Okay, so let's flip back to the logic screen. And do y'all, am I still doing screen share? Can y'all see that?
Yes, you'll see the PLC.
You still see the PLC? Let's do
Mhm.
screen share. There. Okay, now. So let's just go on quickly down and check the rest of the logic. I don't want to tie up a lot of your time here. We're going to force that one off. And now we're going to enable the one for the refrigerator. So here, you've got your refrigerator doors open right now and your green light's on. So your interior light, your courtesy light's on. So let's actually I'm gonna shut the refrigerator door. And then that goes away. So your interior, your courtesy light goes out. Okay, so we flip, we see how that is. And if I open the door, then the light comes back on. So let's quickly look at, let's take a look at the input. Now take a look, pay close attention to this. When you get an input on 3, right now there is no input, right? Three's not lit, but you get an output. You see that? When you don't have an input, you're getting an output. Now when I bring input 3 on, you get the input, what happens to the output?
Goes away.
It goes away. So when you get an input, you lose the output. So what we're getting at here is that instruction, the instruction is an examine off. And what it wants to see is it doesn't want to see voltage here. It wants to see that gone. And when it's gone and you don't have voltage on 3, there's no voltage here, then it gives you an output. So an examine off instruction that looks like normally closed, here's what it wants. It wants nothing coming in, 0. When you get nothing coming in, it's actually true in the program and it gives you an output when there's nothing coming in. Everybody follow?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let's back it up and let's let you look at the physical machine. Now you see the light over here, and you see the switch. Y'all see that my webcam now, or not?
Yes.
I can see it.
Is it? Do you see it large screen, big screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
So look, where I'm pointing on the left is the refrigerator door. I got it open. You got a light. See that? That light's on. Now watch. I'm going to close the door, and the light goes out. See it? So when I flip it to the right, I get voltage coming into the PLC. The instruction is now called false. So the examine off instruction is false, and then you lose your courtesy light inside the refrigerator. You see that? On the left, if I open the door, you get the light again. And we flip back to the logic. Hold on, somebody's buzzing me. We can't do that. So now, take a look at the, do y'all see the logic now, the program logic?
Yep.
Yes.
So take a look at there on line 3, and right now, the examine off is actually true right now when there's no voltage coming in. This is one of the hardest things to really to understand at the point that we're at right now. Once you understand that this instruction, what is this instruction looking for, everybody? For it to be green the way it is, what does it want to see on the input?
It off.
Exactly. It wants to see input 3 with no voltage coming in, nothing. It wants to see an open switch coming in, and that's what it's got right now. Therefore, the instruction is true, or it's illuminated, and then it gives you an output. It's kind of a funny thing because, you know, it gives you an output, but yet there's no voltage coming in. And just remember that the voltage coming in is going to represent the action of you triggering the switch. So physically, if you trigger the switch on the refrigerator by shutting it, you have actually actuated that. You have actuated the instruction. And when you actuate the instruction, it goes to the opposite state that it's configured in. So, you know, if you bring in the input, if you bring voltage coming into input 3, it's going to make that instruction toggle to the opposite state. And that's kind of another way to say that. I hope that helps. So we'll disable this one, force it off, and we will remove the force here. And for that line, input 3 and 4, do we have voltage coming into those right now or not?
No.
We don't. So let's go back up to the camera just so you can see that there's no voltage coming in. You see up here, 3 and 4, there's no voltage coming in there. You see that? And you know, you have with both of those off, 3 and 4 are off on your LEDs, you're getting the output that it's asking for, output 5. So you get an output when neither one of those, it's called a NOR. When you have 3 NOR 5 on, you get an output. Now, what happens if I bring on 3? Now watch. I'm going to bring 3 on, and then you lose the output. You see it? As soon as you get one input coming in, bam, you lose that output. Or if I trigger 4, you lose that output. See it? The only way you get output 5 is if both of those inputs are not on. 3 and 4 have to be off. They got to be not triggered for you to get an output. I tell you, I like using the LEDs is actually the fastest way to troubleshoot these systems until it gets to be something that's more complicated that you have to get the laptop out for. Always go for your LEDs first. Does that make sense?
Yep.
But here's what. But before the lights are going to make sense, you've got to know what the logic is in the program. If you don't know what's in the program, this stuff is not going to make any sense as far as the logic itself. If you don't know what the logic is, if you haven't seen the program, this stuff is not going to do you a whole lot of good. You know, you've got to know. I'll go back. You know, you have to know over here, you got to know what you're dealing with, that you have a NOR circuit, and it has to be, both of them have to be, you know, not triggered to get output 5 there. So you definitely got to know the logic of your program on whatever machine you're dealing with. When you have combination logic like this, you've got to know what that logic is, or you're not really going to know the conditions to get an output. When you go to examine just the LEDs on the front, so if I cut that back off, if you know the internal logic that we just looked at, then this makes all the sense in the world. You know what I mean? And so it's a matter of getting to know what's in here, like you are doing now, that you're doing a great job on, and then you can. Maybe you can actually kind of look at the lights and know what's going on just from memory of knowing what's in here, and not have to always get the laptop out for troubleshooting. So your troubleshooting can become very fast if you know what's in here logic wise, and you can just kind of glance in a lot of cases. Let's see. So we go back down, and I'm going to force that one off, and then remove the force here. And so now we have, what is that circuit there representing, everybody?
Car doors.
Car doors, yeah. So if right now you have input 3 and 4, do we have voltage coming in 3 and 4 right now?
No.
We don't. We don't. If we go up here, we don't have 3 or 4 on right now. So right now the car doors are actually open right now. They're open, so they're not triggered right now. You're getting an output. So by you not triggering those instructions in there that are already like a normally closed in the program, they're examined off. By us not triggering them here, we have no voltage. We're getting that output. We're getting our light, our courtesy light inside the vehicle. So if I close the driver door, for instance, 3, I still have my courtesy lights on. But if I close the passenger door for 4, bam, now I've actually shut both of the doors and I've lost my output. So the lights are actually representing when you actually trigger some device that's a physical device, but here you're triggering instructions that are in the program. You know, and in this case, voltage on either one of them is actually going to physically open the logic instruction. It's a little bit tricky to think about. It's kind of hard to think about when this is new to you. And like right now, both of those are not true because, you know, they're not green. So I have physical voltage coming in 3 and 4, and neither one of them are illuminated in the program because we basically, when you get voltage coming in, you actually toggle that bit there. So voltage on this instruction with the slash in there, that examine off, if you get voltage, it actually toggles it open. And voltage here will actually toggle that open. That's kind of another way to say it. And does that help also seeing it that way?
Yeah, if you have
Yes, sir.
voltage.
I'm saying right down here, yeah. When you have voltage on an examine off instruction, voltage coming into that address at .3, it actually toggles that bit open. It actually toggles it in the program. Voltage there makes that actually go not true. And voltage here makes it go not true. So that's it. You have to be real careful how you think about it, but that's really how it works. You know how you were toggling bits in the emulator, you would right click and toggle a bit. Voltage at input 3 will make that normally closed there actually pop open in the program. And that's just another way to look at it. Okay. So I'm going to open both of the doors, and it takes the voltage away, and therefore they're both true again, and I get the interior light there. So any questions or comments for solve? Let's go to the last one. And now you got the stop button is already made because I've released it. If you look on the physical machine, that button is released right now. If I press it, if I release it, it's actually made normally closed. So here, that normally closed button right there is that red one. So when I let go of it, it's actually made, and you're getting voltage coming in to input 0. So right now, when it let go, there'll be voltage on input 0. You go up here up top. What do you see right there?
Lit up.
It's lit
Input.
now. That's when the button released. When it released, it's actually lit up. I'm going to press the button, and it's going to go away. You see it? It went away. Now I'm going to let go of it. Now I let go, and I get voltage. So this is one that, because of the physical button, because it's wired normally closed inside, it's already made, and you have voltage whenever you're not pressing the button. voltage coming in. Let's take a look at the instruction itself. And you see the logic again. Now, the reason we use an examine on instruction is because there's always voltage coming in that input right there until you interrupt the button, right? So that's why you had a physical, a normally open physical button outside in the control box feeding this instruction. This instruction wants to see voltage for it to be true. So that's why you had to use what looks like normally open in here, is because you've already got normally closed in the control box out here, you know. You've already got normally closed out here for the physical button. So you can't do normally closed twice, or it'll actually cancel. It'll cancel what you're doing, you know. Okay. So let's hit the start button briefly, and now I'll let go. So briefly pressing the start button made the output come on output 3, slot 2 output 3, and that output is addressed here, slot 2 output 3. That came on as soon as that output come on. This output makes that holding contact come on. I was able to let go the start button, and it goes around like that, and it's going to stay that way until I hit the stop to interrupt, and it's going to break the seal here. So I hit stop real briefly and then let go, and it actually broke, it took away the output, which actually let go of the holding circuit. And then you're back to square one again. So it's ready for another. I hit start again, start and let go. And that's the way holding circuits work. You press 1, 2, 3, and you let go, bam, and you got your alternate path to keep the coil on until you interrupt it there. Okay. So if I take you out with a webcam, and let's go here. Got to widen my angle out here. Got to go pretty like really wide here. Let's go up. So we're looking at the starter way over here at the bottom. So if you watch it, and I'm going to be pressing the buttons over here, this is about the best I can do on the angle here. Just focus on this one, that red indicator, and then over here. So watch. I hit stop, you lost it, hit start. I go in, it went in, I let go. So if you see I'm only momentarily hitting that green button and it holds in, hit stop, you lose it. Yep. Can y'all make that out going in and out? Is it clear to you?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. Now, so let's move right along. Let's get somebody else's program downloaded, and I'm going to try to move on quicker. I'm not going to spend that much time on the rest of them. We're going to test them, but I'm not going to explain everything again. So yours is good. Now, I'm going to get rid of all these forces here. I don't have to individually do that. I can go up here under forces, and where the yellow is, where the forces are installed and enabled, go under forces, IO forcing, and hit removed. If I hit remove all of them, it just gets rid of all of them at one time. And I said, yes. So it gets rid of every one of them at one time. It just cleans the slate out so that the program's going to run everything on its own now. Okay. So that's Dylan Ivy. I'm going to put you down for 100 on the actual real PLC program. By the way, I'm adding columns in Moodle for, you see right here on the grade sheet, I'm adding columns in here in Moodle. You'll see in here where I'm adding for the PLC program, the emulate program. Do y'all see my spreadsheet here?
It's in it.
So you can tell here who's done what as far as emulate and then real program. But I'll be adding grades, and you're getting credit for all this stuff you're doing, everything you're getting credit for. Okay. So I'm going to record it, and that way, let's see, I don't lose track of things. See, Dylan, Ivy. All right, that's very good. So now let's move on. Let's go back to here. And the next person would be Eric Martin. And we're going to open up Eric's program. Do y'all see Eric's program now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to do a download. Eric, tell me, how do I get it in there?
Hit who active. Then go to the AB Ethernet. You got to download it first. My bad.
Right. I want to actually click on that address, and I want to hit download. Did y'all see the green bar and all that on the download?
Yes, sir.
Now, so
Yep.
the good thing about the emulator is it gives you the same effect that what you're looking at on the screen when you download to your emulator. It looks exactly like going through Ethernet. The only difference is the name of the driver is different, and it is a physically different driver, and it's going through a real communication cable, and that's the difference. I mean, you know how to download. But just when you get on a real PLC, you're going to do what we're doing now. You're going to do specifically what you're telling. I'm going to let each one of you tell me how to do it so that hopefully when you get a chance to do it in real life, that you will be completely ready. And so we have a green power rail here, and we have the remote run, so we're good to go. And I'm not going to disable anything. I'm just going to go through really quick and just check each logic circuit. So you're going to see some other stuff actually kind of triggering as we go, because if anything else gets satisfied, you'll see more than one thing. Like you're going to see the OR trigger like right now. So I'm going to do input 3. And the AND is not satisfied yet, but the OR is. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's just leave everything energized, and it's going to be faster. So now I'm going to bring in safety gate 2. And we still don't have the MCR, but we still have that, the fan. And let's hit 3. You finally get your MCR because all of your gates are closed. And here, you were good with one thermostat for that. And for your combination there, if I take away 5, then you lose the fan, right? Take away 4.
Yes, sir.
And I get 5, then you're good to go. I take off 4 and I get 3, and you're good to go with 3 or 4 and 5. Courtesy light is 3. If I trigger 3, then 3 actually pops open. By triggering, I mean voltage coming in. So there's no voltage coming in now, none, but yet I've got logical, they call it logical continuity. It's not physical continuity, but it's logical continuity in the program, and you get an output when you don't have voltage coming in. That's kind of a hard concept to wrap our heads around, but is that making more sense to y'all now, that with that instruction, it really wants to see no voltage coming in for it to be true?
Yes, it does.
Y'all feel pretty good about it now? That's one of the hurdles. What you're looking at now is the first hurdle you have to cross in PLCs, and once you understand it, then you're going to move on by leaps and bounds. By if you understand this concept that we're looking at here with that simple instruction there, it's some people struggle with it a long time. But anyway, there's no voltage and you have it. You get voltage coming in, bam, you lose it, and that's your refrigerator. So next one. Your NOR, if you don't get voltage on either one of them, they're both true and you get a light. If you break either one of them, you lose it.
How would you wire that on the machine itself?
How would you wire it?
Yeah,
Okay, if you go back,
hardwire.
okay, if you go back to the physical schematic,
What would it be? A normally closed contact or open contact or?
well, okay, that's a very good question. That's a very good question. Now, let's say, for instance, let's go. Now, which line are you looking at? Are you looking at the NOR or the not? Which one are you looking at?
Just do a basic one. The normal, the one you got your arrow on.
That one
Not
right
the
there.
top one. Not the top one.
Here,
Yeah.
the not.
Yeah.
Now, let's say, for instance, that let's slow our brain down really slow here. Now, let's say, for instance, you've got to look at the physical limit switch itself on the machine. If that limit switch on the machine, if it's already normally closed on the machine, if it's already a physically manufactured switch that's already normally closed, then this instruction would need to be the opposite. It would need to be an examine on.
Mm-hmm.
But if that limit switch on that door, okay, if it was a normally open switch, if it was physically a normally open device, like
Sensor go.
let's go. I want to go small here, so I can let you see two things here at one time. So can you see the PLC logic and the schematic at the same time on my screen share?
No.
You don't. So am I not doing screen share?
Yeah, you're doing screen share.
So do you see the logic and also a drawing there at the same time or not?
No, you don't see that. You just see the logic.
You just see the logic. Let me see if I can manage to get where you can see both things at one time. I don't know if that's possible. Stop share. I do stop share, and then I do what are you seeing now?
Now you seeing the diagram.
You see the diagram only?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not going to let me do like multiple screens at one time. But okay, so with that in mind, let's just talk about the actual physical switch itself. So here for limit switch 1, this is a normally what kind? Normally open or closed?
Open.
Now, so the answer to your question would be this. If in real life, if that door switch was actually physically made like this, then when the physical door is open, this would be open. When you close the door, it would actually hit that and make it close, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, so if you had a normally open contact like this wired to an input, then you would need to use this instruction in the program. You see that?
Yeah.
So you got to look carefully at what kind of physical device do you have outside the PLC. What kind of physical limit switch is it? And what kind of result do you want on the output? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'll just say this: if you want the opposite reaction on the output, it's what the switch is doing. Then either the real switch or the instruction has to be looking like normally closed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So one or the other, either the instruction has to look like normally closed, or the physical switch outside the PLC has to be already a normally closed device. If you want to have an opposite reaction on that light. that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope that helps everybody. Does it not make sense to anybody? So you got to look at what do you want? What kind of reaction do you want? Do you want that output to be directly related to the limit switch? In other words, when the limit switch triggers, do you want an output? If you do, then you would have everything would have to look like normally open. The instruction would have to look like normally open, and the physical device would have to be normally open. If you want the output to come on when you trigger the sensor or the limit switch, then the instruction and the physical device would both have to be normally open if it was going to be directly related to the output. If it was going to be a direct relationship, not an opposite relationship, you know. Okay. So I hope that helps. And then and down here, you've got the NOR again. If you trigger either one of them, you know, you lose an output. And then on your passenger doors and all here, if I trigger both of them, you're shutting the doors. You're getting voltage coming in. You're actually toggling these bits open. You're actually breaking the circuit by getting power, and then you lose this. Now, in real life, you're dealing with some normally closed switches that are in your doors on your vehicle. They should be. And if they're not, if they're normally open devices like I've got wired here, then inside of the computer of your vehicle, they have logic like what we're using here. They're going to be using like a normally closed symbol in the computer in your vehicle. You know, your vehicle has a PLC in it that runs the vehicle. They don't call it PLCs, but that's what it really is. You know, PLCs were invented for cars and trucks back in 1968. So the first PLC ever invented was invented for GM motors. It was invented for GM transmission division, and so PLCs really originated in the automobile industry. And somewhere under your hood, you have a computer on every vehicle now, and it's actually a real PLC. It is a PLC. It's made by GM or Ford or somebody, and but they just call it a computer. But it is a real PLC. So it's got physical inputs and outputs, and it's got a program just like what we're looking at right here. So your vehicle is loaded with a lot of logic like this in there, and even stuff a little more complicated than this that all of our vehicles run on. Okay, so go on down. And then you have your start stop. It's working fine. Momentarily there, it gives you an output and holding contact, and you break it on the stop. That's good. Okay. So I'm going to give you 100, Eric. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Move right on along. We're going to click to the next logic. Connor and Cameron, you said did y'all send me yours?
Sent you mine.
Okay, let me grab it real quick.
What was that?
Let me go get it real quick.
All right, Cameron's
Okay.
working on his.
I'm still working on mine, but I'm getting close.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save yours. Y'all see what I'm doing in there? I'm creating I'm making folders for everybody, individual folders in my laptop here to save all your programs. So this is going to be Connor. And I'm saving it into there. And then Justin. There goes Justin. Now, hey, Justin, do you see that BAK in there? Okay. Are you there, Justin? Sokolowski, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I couldn't find my mute button there for a second.
Now, do you see at the end of that file where it says BAK002?
Yes.
That's not the most recent one that you have.
Okay. I went by the time saved, and that was the latest time.
Hold on. Listen, let me cut do a screen share. Let's see your folder.
Okay. All right. Where am I going here? Documents.
Now that top one there says 8:39 p.m. That's the newest one. And it doesn't say well, that says and logic. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Like that first.
The other one that says .acd, basic logic.acd. Is that the one that has everything in it?
Yeah, that's the one I sent you. That was the latest time that I had when I hit save. So that's what I sent you.
Hold on now. The most recent one I see. Oh, wait a minute. So I see what you've been doing. You've actually been that's unusual that it would be a BAK though. It's unusual, but I see it is the newest one. I wonder how that happened.
I've just been hitting save every time I did something.
It must be somehow or other. I think what you've been doing is you must have been going back and reopening a backup file and then editing a backup file instead of editing your plain ACD file.
I got you.
Evidently,
because I've just been going.
Yeah, the plain one, that's the one that would normally be the newest. But
Okay.
Somehow or other, you went back into a backup file and you actually modified a backup file. And so that's what you did there. Okay, so I'll save the one you sent me.
Okay. Let me get off.
It's just unusual. It's unusual to see that, but.
Yeah, I probably did on accident because when I, went to open it, I just looked for the latest time from the last time I saved it.
Right. It's okay. That's cool. All right. So now let's do screen share. There, and let's see. Let's go back to email.
Hit break.
That's Justin, and I'm gonna hit save. And I've got to make a file for you. Lord, I don't want. Why did I hit compress? I didn't want to do that. Folder. I think I got that spelling right.
For some reason, I don't see anything you're doing right now.
Okay. Let's see. So that was Dylan Ivy. I'm trying to figure out, have I missed anybody? No, I think I've got everybody saved that sent them so far. So if I go into here now, the very next one on the list, well, it actually put Connor up top. We'll go ahead and knock this one out. So Connor, we go here. And Connor, how do I get your program into PLC?
Communications.
Okay.
Is it, you have to download it, right?
Yeah, but what do we do before we hit download?
Who active?
There you go. You want to go on the network and point toward it. The reason why I say that is because in a lot of places, you're going to have a lot of different PLCs. And if you don't point to it in who active, it's not going to really know where to go. If you've never downloaded to it before and already had a path established, then it's not going to know. But if you've downloaded to it before, it may remember the path and it may go ahead. And if you just say download, but But if it's the first time downloading, it doesn't know the path until you tell it.
No,
All right, so what do I do now?
the AB Ethernet.
Okay,
Click onto that module, and now it's downloading that.
okay.
Download.
Yep. So what you're seeing right now is the real McCoy. This is the real Ethernet download. And there you go. I'm not going to disable any outputs. We're just going to run through them kind of quickly. So do y'all see the logic now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to do safety gate 1. And that gave you your OR circuit is satisfied now. Safety gate 2. And you're still not ready on EMCR until you get the third one. You get the third one and everything's cool. And on your and or I'm going to get rid of one of these. And you still have it because of the you have this one and that one. If I drop out 3, you lose it and bring in 4 and you're good to go. And then the refrigerator, if I trigger the door, then you lose this one and you lose the light by bringing voltage in to .3, which actually toggles that bit. That's kind of hard to get your head around, but anytime you see that slash in there, just remember that this instruction really wants to see no voltage coming in to be true, like now. So with no voltage coming in, it's actually true. And then you get the light, your NOR. If there's no voltage on either one, they're both true. And you get the heater on. And for the both of the vehicle doors, they're both open right now. You had your interior light. If I trigger one, you still have the dome light on. I trigger the other one. I've shut both doors and you lose your light. And then your holding circuit, your memory, trigger, let go. And your holding contact works great. And I'm going to hit stop momentarily. And it resets it, and then now it's ready for another start. So that's cool, okay? That's a 100.
All right.
Okay, good. Let's see now. We're going to go through the next person would be Jamie Jones. And there's Jamie. Jamie still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All righty. We finally got to you, man.
Yeah.
How do I download the program?
Go to communications.
Very good.
Who active? All right, you want to point to the AB Ethernet. Highlight that down there, and should give you the option to download it.
Yep. All right. Do you see your program running, Jamie?
Yes, sir.
Now, so I'm going to do safety gate 1. And you got the OR is already satisfied there. Safety gate 2. And your AND is not satisfied yet until you get 3. Bam, you get 3. Then you have that. Okay. And just briefly, I'll take you and do the y'all see the camera now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now watch the MCR relay and watch these three inputs now. So I'm going to turn one of them off. You see, you lost it. When you pull one of these out, you're losing the MCR. So you got to have all three of them in. If I lose one, you lose it. Y'all see that?
Yep.
So it's giving you the viewpoint of the machine now, to where these would be safety gates, for instance, and that would be your MCR relay that would let the machine either cycle or not. So if you lose one, any of them, you know, you're going to lose it. So I like to try to show you the real machine periodically so you can see what's going on, and it not just be logic alone. I'm trying hard to make this thing as real as we can, guys, because I know it's you know, it's a letdown to not be at the school. It really is. But we're going to make the best of this thing, and we're going to learn, and we're going to learn everything we can. So your ore is good just with one. You know, you have that one, you're good, or that one, or that one. And then your combination, if you get 3 and 5, then you're good. Or drop out 3 and bring 4 in, and you're good. You have your or and your and you have, let's see, where are we at? The refrigerator, now there's the door is open and there's no voltage coming in. I close the door and you lose it. Your NOR, if both switches are not triggered, then they're both illuminated and you have an output. If I trigger one, then you lose it. You had 3 and 4. Hold on. Well, something strange going on here. Hey, we got something funky going on here. You see that right there, Jamie?
Yep.
What's wrong with that picture right there? Like
Yeah,
I can't make that limit switch pop open. You see that? When I flip the switch, nothing's happening. No matter what I do, that instruction right there. Do y'all see my webcam? And you see the instruction there? Look.
Yes.
When I flip that switch, that instruction ain't changing. So what do you think's wrong with that address there?
An output.
It's an output.
Right. You put an output, it's supposed to be an I for an input. Okay, let's check the rest of your logic and see if everything else is cool. And I'm gonna we'll let you fix that and then resend it.
Okay.
So we're doing some troubleshooting here. That's a good thing. So here you've got your driver door, passenger door. I think everything's looking good there. I don't see no O's in here. So if both doors are open, then you get your light in the vehicle. If I close the driver door, got a light, close the passenger door, that's fine. And then for your memory logic, that you stop there. That's fine. Start and let go. That's perfect. So memory logic is good. So the only one is limit switch 2 on line number 4. Rung 4, limit switch 2.
Yeah, I need an input instead of output.
There you go. That's it.
I
Okay.
got you.
So if you can do that and then shoot it to me, and then we'll shoot it back in there.
Okay.
Okay. And who else do we have? Jameson Smith. Is Jameson with us? I don't remember Jameson signing in tonight. I don't think he has. Let's look at the roll here. He's not with us tonight, so I'm going to skip him. I'm only going to do the people that are here.
Hey, Mr. Durwood.
Yeah.
I got a question. I forgot how to do something on here.
Okay, go ahead and do a screen share.
All right. Let's see.
And let me grab a swig of tea here. I'm getting dry here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So on this, I know it has to be the same as this right here, the motor starter coil,
It does.
but I forgot how to make it the same because it keeps saying it's already exists.
Okay, and what you've done is you've already created a tag, so you can't create a new one. You got to reuse the same tag.
Mm-hmm.
So double left click the question mark instead of right clicking. You don't want to right click and do a new tag. It has to be the same tag. So you do a drop down, and now you want to go down to your local 2 output.
Local 2 output.
Yeah, and you'll click that. You'll expand that, and now you go to data. That's right, and you just pick the same one.
Okay.
Yep, and when you hit enter,
Durwood.
yeah.
Hi, this is Justin and Darren. I had to finish that thing that we started at your house before I could get on.
Okay.
That quiz. I had to finish it because I couldn't go out of it.
Okay.
But we're here.
Okay, good. So Mason, right there, that should have really picked up your tag name. Something's odd here. Let's see what's going on. I don't know why it didn't pick up the tag name of motor coil. Oh, I know why. Listen. You should have actually clicked on the tag itself.
The tag itself.
Yeah, the tag itself. I shouldn't have told you to go in there and click that particular bit, but you should have actually clicked that tag right there. Yeah, that one. Click that. Okay. And I hit enter. Now there it went. Yeah. Normally you would not be doing the holding contact first. You would be doing the output first, and then going back and reusing that tag. But when I told you to go in there and click the particular bit number, you didn't need to do that. You only need to go on top of the tag and click it.
Yes, sir.
And then it cross-reference it for you.
Yes, sir.
So it's ready.
All right. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. And Darren, is Darren there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, your computer, it finished.
It did.
It finished studio, and now I got to start. Let me go ahead and start it on the next thing here.
Okay.
Now it says that your computer's locked. So what? I don't know if you want to tell me the you want to text me the password?
I don't give it in. It's Mama's computer. I'll tell you the password. Was it the password to get on to it?
Yeah, it's locked.
It's I think it's Pooh Bear.
Pooh Bear?
Yeah. P-O-O-H Bear. B-E-A-R.
Pooh, B-E-A-R.
Yeah, it's Pooh, P-O-O-H. And then Bear, B-E-A-R.
Let me back up. Is any capitals in it?
No, it's all lowercase. It's P-O-O-H.
P-O-O-H?
Yeah.
Okay. B-E-A-R?
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. Yeah. Now that's good now. Let me jot that down. Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, so it's saying right now it's asking about activation. I'm going to skip activation and go ahead and put in your emulator and then activate after all that.
All right.
I'm going to say restart later. And now I'm going to,
whatever you got to do to get it working.
right now I'm going to copy. Let's go in your, let's see. Hold on. I want to start this real quick. 32 new apps started. I want to go back out and find documents and RA. Copy. Local disk. Well, you know what? You've already, okay. You've already got the emulators already copied into here. We just didn't install.
Okay.
So the emulator's already in there.
Y'all done a good job on your computer. Fuck my up.
Let me double check myself here now. You're under the C drive, RA, Studio. Yeah, we had copied it into there, and so it's just a matter now of clicking setup.
All right.
Yeah. It says it cannot find available configuration file. Cannot find available configuration file.
Now, that ain't what you just said, Durwood. You said it was in. That is right.
No, wait a minute.
No.
It's coming up now. Now it's coming up, says select the product to install. I'm going to have to hold off on that, Darren, for right now. I'll get back to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll get back to it because I want to keep everything rolling here.
All right.
Yep, I'll deal with it.
All
Okay,
right.
so the next person that was ready was let's see. Let's go back to screen share and where are we at? Logic. Let's go over here. This was Jameson, but Jameson's not here. Let's go to the next person. So Justin Sokolowski.
Yes, sir.
You're there.
I just sent you a fixed version because I had messed up on the last rung.
You just sent a new one.
Yes, sir. Because I realized I messed up on the last rung with the.
With the stop button.
Yeah, with the starter.
Okay.
And
Okay. Let me go back out to the email and I think there's two new ones that have just come in from you and Mason. Okay.
Okay.
So let's get those in. So Justin. Yep. And now I see a plain ACD file now.
Yeah, and I saved it under that too.
Yeah, that's good. That's what it normally supposed to be there. So you've got that's in your folder. That's good. Save and Mason. And I don't have a folder for Mason. I've got to make one. Okay, so we've got that. And let's go back. And so the file is not recognized as a valid project file. Hold on, something's wrong here.
Very nice.
The file is not recognized. Did you see that?
I do. Here, I'll try resending it to you.
Listen, try to open it with your software and see if it'll open.
It's open right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, listen, let me resave it off of the email one more time. I'm going to get rid of this.
My files.
Because it's open. All right, hold on. Cancel. I'm going to hit go in the file and hit close. So I've closed that file. And I go back under here. And now I'm going to delete it. And then go back out to the email again. And let's see, let's go out of that. Okay, go back out of there. Let's go back to studio. And there it goes. It doesn't like it. You resend it to me.
Okay.
That something's wrong. And while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and try the next one.
Okay.
All right, so we've tried Jamie, we've tried it would be Mason. Okay, Mason, how do I get this thing into the PLC?
You go to what is it, communications? Hit who active. Go to the Ethernet and highlight that and hit download.
Okay. All right, so you see it. Let's go back to everything off. And now, do you see your program running now?
Yes, sir.
I'll go safety gate 1, and that's it. It's you don't have all of your antennas not there, but you do have your OR. Your OR's okay. You only need one of them, so that's fine there. Get gate 2 and gate 3. That'll finish it. That gives you the MCR, and of course, it only takes one of these in the OR to give you the fan. Then on your AND, or if I drop out 3, you're still running because it only takes one of these and 3, and input 5. If 5
Yes,
drops out, no matter what you do over here, it's not going to get through because it has to go through. You have to have, this is the AND portion. There goes your OR. So Bring input 5 back on. That's fine. You can drop one of them out and you're still good there. Refrigerator door, if I trigger that by closing the physical switch, it causes the voltage to come in. It's going to toggle that normally closed appearance there open. So that's not true now. You lose your interior light. You lose it. So open the door, and you get that back, and there goes your refrigerator light. Nor I take away both inputs. There's no voltage coming in, and all of a sudden these are true in the program, and you get light. But if I trigger those and toggle them with an input, then you lose the green light. And then your vehicle doors, if I close one, you still have an output. Close the other one, and then so we've triggered both of those, and that causes them to open up. And then your start, your memory, hit the start button briefly, let go, and you have your holding circuit pulls in, and you're good to go around there. Hit stop briefly, and then you're set. Okay, so that's 100. That's good.
All right.
That was let's see, Mason. Okay, I got you down for 100. That's good. And let's see who's next. Let's go back to email. I think, right, Justin. Copy. I could have just said save as. And that's right. Let's go here. Save. And also Jamie Jones. Jamie.
Did you get mine, Durwood?
Not yet. Okay, let's see where I'm looking at my email now. Roger, I don't see an email. I don't have an email from you.
I'm probably gonna have to resend it anymore.
Let me see. That maybe earlier did I save the program earlier? I don't know. I don't remember, but I'll look. No, I never received the program. I didn't make a file for you or a folder. Yeah, I haven't seen the email from you yet.
I think I sent it to the wrong person.
Damn it.
Yeah, you might have sent it to somebody else. I don't know.
What are you doing? I was going on that. You can come over here and just.
I'm gonna try to get something started on this other laptop real quick, guys, just real briefly. So this is unusual right here.
Sent items. Okay, everything drafts.
Let's see.
Durwood came in. Did I don't think I sent it. That's always nice. Yep. For some reason it didn't send. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah. Sure, I hope that's it.
Darren, do you know what?
Yeah.
We have created you 2 different RA folders.
All right.
Well, one of your RA folders is in downloads, and then the other one is on the C drive.
All right.
And I don't know how you ended up one in downloads.
Because I downloaded it. And then
now, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to recopy the emulator into your download folder, RA folder that's in downloads.
all right.
So that it'll be in the same RA folder. What it is, you can't have two RA folders. And I didn't realize, I didn't catch it that you had, that yours was under downloads, not under the C drive, not under the root directory,
Yeah.
So I've got to go. I'm gonna fix that real quick.
Durwood. Evidently, I had done a draft, and for some reason it didn't send, so I had to just hit send.
Okay.
What?
Now, so I'm going to get rid of the one that's under the root directory. I just did that, and I'm going to recopy from the thumb drive back into where you had yours at, and we should be fine. So I go on removable disk and go under RA and do emulate, copy, and go under downloads and your RA folder. And right click and paste. Okay, so I've got it copying into the same location, Darren, that you had your other one. See, on my computer, it's under the root directory of the C drive. It's where my RA folder is. So that's why I put it there on yours, and I don't. Anyway, it's just a minor thing. It's just a minor thing. Okay, Roger. Let's see, Roger. Save as. And I'm gonna create a folder for Roger here.
I ain't got near as much as these took from me. I've got $27 or 20.
There you go. Okay, so I've got that one saved. We're good to go there. And let's see. So who was actually next on the list? It would have been if we backed up to Justin Sokolowski. Is that right?
Sir.
If we back up there. And go here. Okay, so what do I do to download?
Communications. Do active. Then click the Ethernet and the address underneath. Click download. Once it downloads, go online.
Darren, that copy is like 68% complete right now.
Okay.
Copying in.
It is download. There was.
Yeah, I'm copying from the thumb drive into your RA folder with the emulator, and it's 69% complete copying in, not installing, but copying in.
All right.
All right. So now, Justin, here goes your program running, and so you get input 3.
Well, I'm gonna do my logic here.
And you see your OR logic is already satisfied there. You see that?
Yes.
Input 4. And now input 5 will satisfy and. So you have all those coming in, and of course it only takes one in the OR to give it to you. You can drop that out. You just do 1, and you get your OR combination. It takes 1 or 2 with 3, and you get it. Drop out 3, and then it's not going to work. And refrigerator door. If I trigger that by bringing the voltage in, it toggles that contact, opens it up, you lose your light. The NOR, if I trigger one of those, you lose it. And for the NAND, If I trigger the driver door, you still got a light, trigger the passenger door, and then the interior goes off. And okay, we got a problem. We got a problem in the memory logic here with the addresses. So what we want is we want the actual stop button and start button that are physically wired. So do you see the drawing?
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Yeah, that's me. Hey, Kenneth.
Do what?
What was that? I didn't hear you. Somebody was talking.
Okay, let me go back to screen share for the drawing here. So can you see the schematic there?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So what you want to do is to
Yeah,
use,
I'll be able to get it this week.
can you see the stop
I
button and
might
start
be able
button,
to get it,
Justin?
tomorrow afternoon, but if I don't get it
Yeah.
get it
Somebody needs to mute their microphone. Yeah, I think Connor. Yeah. Yeah. Can you mute your mic? All right, Justin, did you see that stop button, that start button on the drawing?
Yes, sir. So that should be stop should be 0, start should be 1.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep. So if you can edit that and send it back to me.
Okay.
All right. So stop share and go start share. So I'll click on to the next person. And let's see. I lost track with Mason. Mason,
I don't
what?
think you did Kenneth yet.
Yeah, we did Kenneth the first night. Yeah, we did
You're right.
Kenneth Thursday night. Yeah, he had his done way the other night. Kenneth, do you remember seeing yours? Now, he may not be with us right now. Let me do a stop share.
I'm in here.
Yeah, you saw yours run the other night, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, he saw it the other night. Yeah, Kenneth was way ahead of the pack, guys. He's like 2 miles down the road. Y'all just missed him.
He's killing it.
He's already gone killing it. Whoa,
Okay,
he's already gone.
I just sent it to you. The fixed version.
Who was that said they sent one?
Justin Sokolowski. I just sent you I fixed it and just sent it to you.
Okay, all right. Where are we at?
Heck up.
Let's go back. Where's my email? Let's see, Justin. Save as. Cannot save the attachment. That cannot save the attachment. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is kind of got me puzzled here. If I hit copy, copy and replace, the process cannot access the file because it's being used. Okay, so I need to actually cut the I need to actually go to, under file and close that file. And now maybe I can paste it now. Yeah, so it let me paste on top of it now that I had it cut off.
I got you.
Now, actually, you still got an examine off down there on your memory logic. You see that?
So it's supposed to be an examine on?
Yeah, because
Oh,
look, but
I got
the physical button outside the PLC is already normally closed.
Gotcha. Is there a way I can change that without deleting?
Right.
what's
You just
there?
you go. I'm going to cut the screen share off.
Okay.
If you'll do a screen share, we'll go over it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Double click in the center of it right there. No, not up there, but go down to the actual contact itself. And now where it says XIO, you will do XIC for examine on or examine if closed. That's it.
Okay.
That just resave it in the email.
All right.
Yep. And the reason being is because I hate to sound like a broke record. I feel like I'm wearing y'all out saying this stuff, but the physical device outside the PLC is already normally closed. So you can't do normally closed outside the PLC and inside, or you actually, it's like a double negative and you won't have what you're asking for. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's like saying, you know, I don't know what it's like saying, but I just know it cancels itself out basically, and you won't get the true logic you're asking for if you say normally closed outside on a device and inside with the logic. So you can only do it on one thing and get what you're asking for.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to email and here. Copy. Let's go where, I've got to shut the program off to be able to do that. Let's see, let's go under file, close, and then go back under the folder again and right click and paste and copy on top of, okay? And now reopen and go there. And I think you just sent me the same one, Justin. Or somehow, or maybe I messed up. Somehow or other, I still got the same one.
Okay, let's see.
So let me close that file. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, so I see that one, and I say save as. Okay, that's good. And then we go back to our here. That's the correct one. It is. That's the right one. So let me get my screen share back on.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see your program on now?
Yes, sir.
So you got the correct contact down there now. That's good. All right. So we're going to download again. And tell me again what to do. I don't want to wear y'all out saying it, but I would rather you do it. You tell me what to do, and it's going to give you practice.
Communications, who active. Click on the Ethernet port, the address there. Click download.
Right.
And then go online once it downloads.
Yep. You're still getting to practice on some real stuff here. This is the real thing here, guys. You do it in the plant, it's going to be, this is exactly what you're going to do. Now, while it's doing that, let me go ahead and start Darren's install. We got the emulate copied into the same folder that you had, Darren, under downloads. And now I'm going to do your setup.
All right.
Okay, so it's taking off there. Preparing setup.
If it blows up, just throw it in that field
No,
behind that.
it's happy now. It's happy now, Darren.
All right.
Now I see a circle up there now. It's actually hitting on starting to do it now. So it mattered where it was put at it. You know, I didn't realize that we had two different RA folders on yours. That just had me puzzled. But it's rolling now.
All right.
So okay, good.
Yeah,
Let's see. Back to run.
Mhm.
Okay, so Justin, this is yours, Sokolowski. So let's go. We're starting out with no input, so we're going to go input 3. And that's got your OR is on now. And then here goes your AND with a 4 and a 5 is good. Your combination is good even if I drop out 3 or drop out 4. But if I drop out 5, of course you lose your AND OR. You got to have 5. That's your AND. Okay, that's good. And on your refrigerator door there, you're not. If I trigger it, you lose it, and that's good. Your NOR, if I trigger one of them, you lose it. Are you seeing that okay? Is everything following good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your NAND, if I trigger the driver door, you still have a light. Trigger the passenger door, you don't. So that's good. And then your memory logic, I'm going to trigger the start push button momentarily, trigger on, trigger off, and you have your holding circuits good. And now I'm going to hit the stop button momentarily, and you're back to square one. That's perfect. Okay, that's good. Okay, hold on one second.
All right.
Darren, you're already at 41% on installing the emulator, 41%. So it's cooking with gas, man.
All right. All right.
Yep. Okay, so we've got Justin Sokolowski on his PLC program. You got a 100. That's good. Very good. All right, so let's see who else. Mason, did we finish yours? I don't remember. Hold on. Yeah, we did. We finished Mason. So McGill. Is McGill still with us? No, he's not. We're going to skip McGill until he's here because I'm not going to run somebody's program if they're not watching. Okay, so let's go back. Nathan.
Yep, I'm here.
Let's see. I don't think we've done yours, have we?
Nope.
Nope. I'm sorry it's taking so long, everybody, but hopefully you're still picking up some things by some repetition. That we all kind of learn by repetition. So how do I get the program down into the PLC, Nathan?
Okay, I got a communications. Who active? Click on Ethernet right there. Click on that. Click on download.
Darren, you're at 92% already, man.
All right, that's good.
Okay, so Nathan, here we go. We're going to go input 3. That gave you the OR. You're good on your OR already. And input 4. And then here comes input 5. So that took care of your AND circuit. Everything's good. Your ORs, it only takes 1. You get 1 at a time, and you're good on your OR. So if that's thermostats, it only takes 1 to give it to you in the hog house. And your combination, if you have door 1 and thermostat, door 1 and thermostat, you're good. Or door 2 and thermostat, you're good. That's your AND, that's your OR and your AND. And you got your memory logic up in here, and we got a problem. How about what's going on right there, Nathan?
Oh, I sent you an updated copy of this.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just hadn't saved it. Let's go back out to the email. So, plus I see Benjamin has sent something.
I should have sent it to you yesterday, at like 3:15.
Says cannot save the attachment. Hold on, let me try something different here. Copy. And let's go to I got to actually close that file that I have open now. Close. And then go into folder and then copy on top of it. There we go. Yep. There we go. That's exactly right. Okay, so we're going to re-download again. All right. You want to tell me what to do? I don't mean to be so repetitious, but if you don't mind, tell me how do I do this?
Okay, go to communications, click on who active, go to Ethernet. Yep, click that right there. Download.
That way, if y'all tell me, if you guys tell me everything to do, that's going to be the next best thing to actually being in the shop to do it. Because if you were in the shop, you would certainly be doing it over and over again, you know. Yep, Darren, yours is actually ready to activate now. I'm going to put your activation code in a minute.
All right. You got all that stuff?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so now we're starting from square one. Now we had already covered. We were down to your memory and logic there, so you're good to go on your stop button. Does it make sense, Nathan, about why it has to be examined on?
It makes more sense now. I'll put it like that.
Yeah,
I'm getting it, but yeah.
What you got to remember is this instruction here is actually looking for voltage. For it to be true, it has to have voltage at input 0. Voltage has to be there to make that true.
Mm-hmm.
But this instruction here for the refrigerator door, that instruction for it to be true, you cannot have voltage coming in on input 3. You cannot. Because I think I've got a groundbreaking way to say this, guys. Listen real good. Tell me if this might be the groundbreaker here. Let's say for this instruction, do y'all see my mouse moving around?
Yep.
Now, this instruction here, it looks like normally open, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Now, right now, What do you see? Is it illuminated or not?
It's not.
It's not. Now, right now, it looks like normally open, and it is normally open, okay? And there's no voltage coming in. So with no voltage coming in, it's the true state of the way you draw it.
Correct.
Now, if you want it to go to the opposite state of the way it's drawn, if you want it to close in the program, then it takes voltage coming in to make it close.
Right.
To make it go to the opposite way that it's actually drawn.
Right.
Does that make sense, Nathan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
So it's a normally open contact, and it's going to be open until you put voltage on it, and then it's going to toggle to the opposite state like right now. So right now it's actually closed. It's actually made. Now, on the other hand, down here, where you see me circling around that refrigerator switch.
Yep.
Now with that one, hold on. With that one right there, it's drawn as a normally closed, isn't it?
Right.
Now, it's drawn as normally closed. It's going to be closed when there's no voltage coming in to input 3. None. No voltage.
Right.
And if you want it to stay closed, then you don't put voltage on that input. So if you want it to remain in the configuration that it's drawn in, it's drawn normally closed. So if you want it to stay that way, you don't want to put voltage on that input. And if you don't, it's going to stay that way. It's going to stay made. But if you want it to actually toggle to the opposite state, you put voltage on the input 3, and it's going to toggle like I'm going to do right now. I put voltage on it, and it toggles that input. It toggles it toggles the instruction in the program. Does that kind of help, Nathan?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
I think I'm getting it.
Yep. Yep. It's again, this is a hurdle. It seems small, but it's not small, and it's the main hurdle that everybody struggles with, is dealing with an examine off instruction, and for it to be true in the program, to have to be logically true in the program, then you can't have voltage on that input for it to be logically true in the program. Voltage will make this toggle to the opposite state. Voltage will make this one toggle to the opposite state.
Mm-hmm.
So just think about it like this: voltage on the input will make either one of these toggle to the opposite state. That's about the best way to put it. I think that's probably what I should stick with and say that the way they're drawn, they're going to be that way with no voltage coming in, no voltage there, and no voltage on the other one. So right now, the stop doesn't have any voltage coming in, and then the refrigerator door that has no voltage coming in, none. But on that stop, now if I put voltage in there, it's gonna all of a sudden be closed like now. That refrigerator door, if I put voltage on that, bam, then it goes to the opposite. So voltage on the input makes the instruction go opposite. Okay. So that's about the best way to say it. more room out in there is in, right? Yep. So on your NOR, if you trigger either one of them with an input, you put voltage on 3, it's open. You put voltage on input 4, it's open, and you lose it. And there goes your vehicle doors. If you put voltage here by closing the door, you lose it here. You put voltage on that one, you lose it there. So, okay. So you're good to go. That's a 100, Nathan. That's very good. Let's see who else we got. Roger. Okay, Roger, can you tell me how to what do I do now to make it run? Hold on. Is Roger still with us? Yeah, Roger Wilson is. Yeah. Roger, you still there? He's probably stepped to the bathroom. We're going to skip him for right now. We're going to wait till he's back in.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, it just sort of kind of pops me out sometimes.
Okay, so how do we download, Roger?
You hit the big button. Let's see, communications. I told you earlier, who active? Ethernet 1. Now you hit on the little thing that popped down. Now you hit download. Hit download.
Okay, so you got here goes safety gate 1. And that made your OR satisfied already. Here goes input 4 and input 5. That's going to take care of your AND. Your AND is good. And of course, your ORs, you can alternate and have one. And you're good there. And your AND OR, you can get input 3 and input 5, and you get your starter on, or you can cut 3 off and go on with 4. You seeing that okay, Roger?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the refrigerator door, if I trigger it by bringing voltage in, it makes that instruction go to the opposite state, which will be open. So voltage actually makes it pop open in the program, and then you lose the light. And we're simulating what you would get on a refrigerator. On a refrigerator, there ain't no PLC. It's just a real normally closed switch with no PLC. You don't have to do as much as what we're doing here to get that to happen there. It's here I've got a normally open switch going to a normally closed looking instruction to get the same effect. So here, go back, and then your NOR, you're good until you bring a volt until you trigger one of them, and then they toggle off. And then your NAND, you're getting if you close the driver door and the passenger door, it toggles both off, and you're losing your light. And your memory, press start, let go, and you're good. Press stop, interrupts. Perfect. Okay, that's a 100. Okay, so Roger's good. And let's see who else. Victor. Okay. Is Victor still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Okay, now how do we get it in there, man? How do we get in that PLC?
Go to communications. Full active. Ethernet. Click on the processor. Download.
Okay, let's see. Open all those up. And do you see your program running?
Yeah.
Okay, safety gate 1. And that took care of your OR for your thermostat also. Your thermostat triggered that with only 1. Here comes safety gate 2, safety gate 3. All right, so that got your MCR relay in. And if I only do one thermostat, you're fine. So here, you're good. There, you're good. And there, you're good. Is the screen reaction time doing okay when I do that? Are you seeing everything?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing
Okay. Good. Is my audio still cutting out, or is it okay?
it. Okay.
Good. Because I'm out in the yard. I'm actually in the yard, away from, I'm under the carport doing this. Justin and Darren had me out here in the yard. And I'm still out here. I'm out here at dark 30. So, but it was worth it, wasn't it, guys? They helped me get all my stuff out here in the back of the truck. They helped me get all my stuff set up on the tailgate. So I have to give them a hand for that, Let's see. Now you have your or. If you get door switch 1 and you get your thermostat, you're good for that one. Cut door switch 2 off, door switch 2 on. That's fine. And then the refrigerator, if I trigger that, you lose that light. And your NOR, either one of those, if you trigger by getting voltage in, then you lose that. And then your NAN for your car doors. If you close that door, you got a light. Close that door, you lose your light like you're supposed to. Your memory logic, start button, let go, and you're good to go. Holding contact kicked in, hit stop. Perfect. So that's good. All right. So that was McGill. I mean, not McGill, but Victor. All right. Very good. So let's see who else is left. McGill's not with us, and then Jameson's not with us, and we've checked everybody else. So I guess what we could do at this point, Justin Sessoms, do you have your emulator finished that you can show me that?
Hey, Mr. George.
Yeah, who is this?
It's Benjamin. I sent you mine. I don't know if you got it.
Oh, yes, sir. I forgot about you, Benjamin. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's see. Let's go back out. Let's make a folder. And I did see the email, but I just kind of passed over it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Cancel. What am I doing here? I've got to create one. Hold on. Where am I at? Hold on. Where am I at? Why is it not letting me go out and create a folder? Hold on. Let's do something. Hold on. Let's just get crap. Wait a minute. Where am I at? Under documents. Benjamin. Okay, we got that. And let's see. Let's go back to email. Go here. There we go. Got Benjamin. Save as. Let's go here. That's good there. And now let's go back to our logics. And do y'all see the logic now, or have I lost it on the screen?
I can.
Let's see, Benjamin. Do y'all see me opening up Benjamin's file?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have to ask every so often because it gets kind of quiet, and I'm not sure what you can see. Go here. Okay, Benjamin, do you see that? You see your program?
Yes, sir.
Now, how do I download?
Communications. Coactive. The Internet AB. Select that option below it and download. And download again.
Okay, you see your program?
Yes, sir.
So you got the green power rail over there, so it's on. And I'm gonna do safety switch 1, gate switch 1, and that brought on also your thermostat for your coil here over here, so you're good on your OR. How about safety gate 2, safety gate 3, and that gave you your output for your MCR. And on your ORs, you can have one on. Just one on at a time is going to give you the output. That's good. And on your combination, if you do switch 1 and thermostat, then you've got it. Or cut switch 2 on and the thermostat, and you're good. Okay, and you have on the refrigerator door, limit switch 1. If I trigger that, you lose it. And you lose it there by putting voltage on the input. You cause that to toggle open. And for your NOR, if I trigger one of those, you lose your output. And for your NAND on the car doors, I trigger the driver door, passenger door, and then you lose that by shutting the doors or introducing voltage into the instruction, makes it toggle to the opposite state. And your start button, if I trigger that one time briefly and release, then it's giving you a holding contact, and you get your circuit around the start button, which is good until I interrupt it right there. And then you lose it. Does that make sense, Benjamin, what you're seeing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So that's a 100. That's Benjamin. That's good. And okay, how about Cameron? I hadn't seen Cameron.
I'm almost done. I'll email it to you in just a few minutes.
Okay, all right. I think I've seen everybody that's actually in our session now. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and activate Darren's software real quick. So I'm going to open my email up. Let's go back to screen share. Okay, you should see my email. Y'all see my email?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up the activation key and all for Darren's. Okay, Darren, I'm keying yours in now, man. Okay, activate. Let's see. Let's go next. So it's setting up communications now. It's getting ready to ask me for a serial and product key. Okay, here we go. Serial number. It is let's see. Cap lock. It's a B2022 K27549 and product key is a DG V9 Q dash R3 7F Y. Product version and activate local and continue. So Darren, it says it's activating. So it's calling Rockwell up in Wisconsin, I think, wherever they're in Ohio, and they're also in Wisconsin, I believe. Activation is complete. Okay, that's fine there. That's good. So it says that's it, and so now let's go. Yep, your emulator is on your desktop. And now I've got to go get your links icon. Yep. So let's see. Let's go back. Looks like your mouse is froze up on me here. Does your mouse ever freeze up, Darren? Okay, now it's asking me, do I want to let it make changes? I'm going to say yes. But the mouse ain't moving. Why is it ain't moving? Oh, I know why. I had to answer one more question here, and I had to hit I've got it. It's actually rolling now. Okay. Okay, so Cameron, you're working on yours, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I've actually got it done here. But I forgot how to do the bottom logic circuit with the motor starter coil. How do I get the starter coil to
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do a screen share. If you'll do a screen share, we'll get you rolling here pretty quick.
All right.
Okay, so you hadn't done. Okay, so yeah, don't right click on your question mark. You're just going to double left click. No, you have to go up to the question mark and do it. Enlarge your screen. You can, and it's not going to be so hard to do everything.
Oh,
Go down, and you want to toggle on the actual tag, the motor starter coil tag that's already been set up.
right here.
Just double click on that tag. You're going to reuse that tag. Yep.
It was something simple, but I was clicking on the. I was clicking on the contact instead of the.
Right. If you've already got a tag written, then you don't want to go back and choose that particular bit again. You just want to reuse. And let's kind of review what you got here real quick before you send it. So, can you magnify it some? Hit your plus magnifier. Go a little higher. Oh, right in there. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I can read good now. So 3, 4, 5. That's good. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. That's good. Scroll down some. Okay, 3. That's good. 3 and 4. Good. That's good. Yeah, you're ready. Go. Yeah, go ahead and send it to me, and we can roll.
Sounds good.
And let me go back out to my email. Okay. All right. So, Darren, I see your emulator has just come up. And I've got to pull Studio up. I'll do that in a few minutes. I know it's going to work. I'll make sure we get
I just sent mine to you.
okay. Okay, Cameron, we got yours. save as, and go under here. And that's going to be Cameron. Save, that's good. Okay, got that. Let's go back out to here. There. That's good. Good. And let's see. Okay, do you see your program?
I see it.
Okay, so how do we get it in the processor? How do we get it in the PLC?
We got a communications.
Communications.
Yep. And who active? And then the AP. That. And download.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay, so we're running, and we're going to go through. Here comes safety gate 1. And your OR is already on. Here comes safety gate 2, 3. That's got your MCR. On your and OR, you can drop out 1 or 2, and you still have it. If you drop the thermostat, then you've lost your exhaust fan. Refrigerator door switch. If I open the door, then you have a light in there. If I close the door and trigger that input, then you lose it. For NOR, if I release both of those switches, you're on. If I trigger one of them at a time, you lose an output. And then for your car doors, trigger the driver door, trigger the passenger door, you lose your light. And your holding circuit there, your memory, trigger there.
Yep.
Good. And stop button, that's it. That's perfect. That's a 100. That's great. Great. Good job there. Okay, so did I ever see Jamie Jones finish up? I didn't ever record him. Did we ever finish Jamie? I'm trying to remember. I didn't record it.
We done mine, but I had one of them wrong, so I went back and fixed it and resent it to you.
Did we run it?
No, we didn't ever run it after I sent it the second time.
Okay. So I'm gonna run it now.
I had an input as the output.
Oh yeah. Now what line was that on? I forgot.
Right there.
Right here.
No, down. Right there.
Right in here.
Yes, sir.
It was limit switch 2.
Yeah,
okay.
limit switch 2 there. I had it as the output.
Okay, now let's download it and run it. How do I download it now? I don't mean to sound like a broke record. Yeah.
Who active?
Yeah.
And go to the Ethernet. All right, highlight it and download it.
I figure if we do this, even though it may be getting old to you, it's about the only way to ever get repetition, so that it'll be just automatic for you, like riding a bicycle. You won't even have to think about it. You just do it. Okay. All right. So you see your circuit working. Here comes safety gate 1. That's got your ORs already on. Here comes 2, 3. That's got your MCR. And on your OR, you can drop out any one of those if you want to. And I think we had already checked this, hadn't we? Got for your combination.
Yeah.
You good there. Fridge switch. And here, now that was the one we had trouble with, that one right there.
Yep.
That's the one I couldn't control. Okay, so you're good. Now you're good now. And then your driver door and all, you go driver door, passenger door, and you lost it. And now your start button there, that's perfect. And then stop button, bam, that's it. That's a 100. So that's got
Thank you, Durwood.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't mean to be kind of wearing things out here with this, but that's about the only way I know how to get everybody covered. So that's got McGill is not with us, and Dylan Shook is working on his. He's had to switch computers in the middle in midstream because he's had to move, and that's kind of a tough deal there. But he'll catch up. He'll catch up. He's young like most of y'all, and he'll catch up quick. So I know it's time. It's time to wrap it up. But one thing I would say is if any of you want to work on your next logic between now and Thursday, that you can. I'll just show you briefly what it is. If you want to see it for a minute, do you want me to talk just another minute or so, or do you want me to go ahead and quit?
I'd like to see it.
Okay.
I like to see it too. Please keep talking.
Okay. All right. Okay. So so let's go to I'm going to go offline. So go here and let's go back out to Moodle. Where are we at? Okay, do y'all see my Moodle screen now?
Yeah.
So if I go back out to the front, do y'all see the welcome mat?
Yeah.
If you go down to here, the next lab is called sump pump. Sump pump with a HOA handoff auto 3-position selector switch. This is a lab you would do in the shop, but you're going to adapt it to the emulator. Okay, now while we're out here looking, if any of you haven't done chapter 1 worksheet in the book, do y'all see that worksheet there?
Yeah.
So that's the worksheet, and there goes chapter 1 copy. If you don't have the book, I'm going to copy the chapters for those of you that don't have the book yet. So that's the actual a photocopy of chapter 1 there that you can go in and look at. It's actually got. Do you see me going through the book? Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Right. So I've got that. That's the actual book copy, and the worksheet itself. If I go into there, just so you can see briefly, there are questions about list the 4 main components of a programmable logic controller. It's page 2 and page 3 in the book. So you'll put that. I put page references on all these. Define the term interface, page 3. You put it over here, and then so on. I put page references on all these to make it quicker for you. So I've got the book copies out there. This is the worksheet. And let's see. Let's go back out. And let's see what else. Chapter 2, I don't have the worksheet out here yet, but I'm going to have it out there for Thursday that you can start on your own time. But here, let's look at this sump pump. Do y'all see sump pump control there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So now let's open that up. And if you'll save this to your computer, do y'all see that?
No.
No, I don't.
Okay, let me hit stop share and screen share. There. How about now?
Yeah.
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 So here, the way this circuit works is like this. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. If I can find some way to magnify this thing. How do you, right over there. Everybody still see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now, over here, we have a sump pump motor starter that's going to be for getting water out of a pit that for waste treatment, for instance, in a plant where you have wastewater going in Smithfield Packing, you got wastewater going back to a waste treatment area, and you have a pump starter that will come on, and when the water gets up high down in a pit in the floor, they got different troughs in the floor coming from different areas of the plant where their wastewater goes back. And when the floor fills up with a really deep pit down in there, it causes that float switch to come on. You see that float switch there?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a switch. It's supposed to be normally open, but it's being shown closed. It's actually a normally open being held closed by water. So when the water falls on that ball there, it's actually going to pop open when the water falls. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's normally open being held closed by water as the way it's being drawn. Now, that motor starter can come on two different ways. Let's say, for instance, if I go to auto, now this switch here is a 3-position switch. It has a J, K, and an L position. And really it's called HOA for hand off auto. If you put it to the left in the J position, then then you're in the hand mode to where your power from over here, your 120 volts, is going to come through here, through that contact. And then in hand mode, you can press the start button, and then that coil is going to come on, the M1 coil. And what's going to happen here?
Holding contact.
Right. It's called HC for holding contact. That's going to come on, and it's going to let you let go of the start, and it's going to run around here like you've already. This is called, what did you call it in your last lab? What did you call this section?
Memory.
Memory. Yes. So if you were going to run it in hand if the float was to go bad, if that float was to fail and the pump never came on, the first thing you would do would hurry up and put it in hand and hit start and find out. If it actually pulls in and seals in around this and it runs, then that's evidence that your float, something's wrong. The float could be bad, okay? And I mean, they can fail after so many years of running. So now, but if it's working okay, then look, you flip it over to, if you put it in the center position in the K position, then both of these contacts on that 3-position switch are going to be open. This is a 3-position switch. If you put it in the center, then that contact's going to be open. This will be open, and nothing. You won't have power on either rail there. You see that? That's an off. So it's H for hand, and then O for off, and then and over here it's going to be A for auto. I call it HOA. The lab is called HOA. But whoever drew this with the PLC lab book manual, they should have said HOA. Anyway, so in this position, in the right position, it's going to be an auto. So the top contact opens and the bottom one makes. That makes sense?
Yeah.
The dashed line means that both of these contacts are actually ganged together and they're controlled off of one switch. So I'll show you, say, with my webcam. Let me switch over to webcam real quick and just show you exactly what we're talking about. If I stop that and look over here, you see this switch here?
Yeah.
It has a left, center, and then right. So it would be hand to the left. Let's go over here. Let's go over here like this. Now, you got hand to the left, off, and then auto. Everybody follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the reality with this is that back behind this, there's 2 sets of contacts. There's a contact on this side, and then you get nothing. And then over here, there's a separate set of contacts. So there's 2 contact blocks behind this. There's going to be 2 behind it whenever we do the real thing on this unit here. So keep in mind that hand is a separate contact, off is nothing, and then auto is a separate contact. They're not sharing the same one, but they're 2 different ones mounted behind that switch there. Okay. So let's go back to the lab. Okay, you see the lab again?
Yep.
So again, do you see that's a separate contact from here but the dashed line means that they're controlled by the same actuator or by the same manual switch. But that manual switch runs both of these, and they're going to be on at opposite times. So if you put it in auto, then your power is going to run from here down to here through the auto contact, and then what's going to happen here?
Whenever that float goes down, it's gonna call for the sump pump to come on.
Well, let's say when the water rises now, that's a ball there for a liquid level float. That's a liquid level float. So when the water gets high in the tank, it's going to push it up. It's going to make contact, and your voltage is going to run around here called a, what kind of logic is this? When you go, you could go this way, or you could say go this way. What kind of logic is that? Is that and, or is it something else?
And
or.
What this here is and in here, and then this here would be what? When you compare
be and or.
That's or. That part there's or, right? When you say it could be hand or auto, that one section would be a or. Okay. Now you got and all in here, and then you got another or here, and between these two you have and between those two relationship there. But between these contacts, that's going to be a or. Okay. So here, when the water rises, your voltage runs from here right around there through that float up to here and then over to the starter coil, and it pulls it in. So when the pump runs and you pump the water out of the pit into a holding tank to process it, and the water goes down, what happens here?
Shuts off.
Right, the ball drops, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
When the ball drops, then that contact is going to do, it's going to open up, right? And so by the pump running, eventually this float is going to fall and go down like in a toilet. So when it falls, it's going to shut off, and it's going to automatically shut the sump pump off.
Right.
So that's why you call it automatic, is because in auto, that float switch runs it automatically directly, and you don't have to sit there and cut it off and on. You don't have to, as long as when the water rises, it's going to take care of itself, and you don't really have to sit there and monitor that. Okay. So we're going, and you have an overload contact out here that would be a physical overload that would be out there where the real coil is outside the PLC, a real physical overload there. But I want you to create this in the emulator, all of this right here in the emulator. Okay. So basically the way you start with it is going to be like this. I'm going to, you can create, what I would do, you go in there and you want to put in there a hand contact. Okay. You can put a hand contact in there, and the way you're going to have to assume it is like this. You will draw it for the emulator with both of these being open, like just as if the switch was in the off position. Okay. The way for it to work correctly in the emulator is assume that you're in the center position with this off, and you're going to draw, you're going to put one contact in there for hand input, a separate one for auto. That's a separate tag, and both of them being open. Okay. And you're going to have to toggle them one at a time individually and mimic actually flipping a 3-position switch. For you to emulate it, it's going to have to be 2 separate tags, of course, and both of them are going to need to be like normally open or examine on contacts. You'll toggle one on and then toggle to start, and that's going to make this section run. Okay. When you toggle off, you stop, and then release it and toggle that back off and toggle this one on, then your float is going to run it around this way. So it's going to take quite a bit of toggling to get it to simulate. But as far as writing the logic, and I'm going to do it, and then you can follow it at the same time if you want to. We'll go ahead and write it real quick if you want to do that. If anybody wants me to, y'all want me to go ahead and show how to do a branch inside of a branch?
Yeah.
Okay. It's called if you need to go, that's fine. I understand. But if you want to stick around a minute, I'll show you how to write a branch inside of a branch. It's called a nested branch. So the best way to do it is like this. You go through it and you put in the hand contact, the stop button, the start button, and your output coil here. And then put a branch from here all the way back around to here. Do the outer branch first. Don't do the inner one first. Do the outer branch. So after you do the series circuit that's right across here, just this part right here, create a branch around the start button. And you want to stretch it from right there. Do you see my mouse moving?
Yeah.
You stretch it from there all the way back to here and let
So
go.
it ain't gonna have that little dog leg in it where it says auto. It's just gonna be a regular branch.
A regular branch.
Okay.
And then you're going to add the auto in there, and you're going to add the float in there. And then after you add that, then go back to the start again, click it, and then do another branch and then stretch it just around the start itself. And then put the holding contact in there last.
All right.
So that's the order that you can go in for it to work correctly. That's from my experience. If you do the outer branch first, and then you put a nested branch inside there, it just seems to go easier. Okay. So I'm gonna minimize this. Just keep in mind we're gonna do hand, stop, and start, and coil, and then I'll come back to the screen here. So I'm gonna to shut that off and go out of here, and bring the let's see, stop share, start share, and go to studio here. Now, do you see my screen now? Do you see the logic screen?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go create a new program. So you go over here to the first icon and it says new. And we're gonna go way down here to the emulator and expand that. And it's gonna be the only one you can choose from for emulator, so 5570. And I'm gonna call that D-King sump pump emulator. Okay, that's gonna, well, you want to have your name and say emulator so you don't mix it up with a real one. And you can hit next, and your processor is going to be in slot 2 of the emulator, of course, and hit finish. And then you're going to open up your main program, main routine. And we come up here, we want to highlight rung number 0, and I'm going to choose an examine on. And that's going to be our hand input. I'm going to say, I can say HOA switch hand in capital. I'm going to say it's the HOA switch and it's the hand mode, okay?
Right.
Okay? And then after that, we're going to have our stop button. Now, you can, if you want to stick with a standard convention of what we're doing with a real PLC, if you want to do that, we can use an examine on for the stop button. If you would rather not, then we can go back and use an examine off, because we don't have a real button to feed this. You know, what do you prefer?
Keep it like if we're doing an actual PLC.
On the actual PLC, I kind of agree with that. So let's do an undo. Let's just use an examine on. And what you're going to have to do is, even though it's a stop button, you're going to have to trigger it in the beginning with a toggle to get it, just as if you had voltage coming in. So when you first run the emulator, you're going to have to go in and toggle that, just as if, like the real thing, you got to have voltage coming in, right?
Right.
So just keep that in mind, that you're going to have to toggle that to ever get that on, for it to be like the real thing. And then we have another one that's going to be our start button. And then we have our output that's going to be output energized, and that's going to be our motor starter, our pump motor starter. I'm going to give it the full name. I'm going to say sump pump starter coil. Sump pump starter coil. And then we want to create a branch that goes way around this thing. So I highlight the start button and I choose branch. And then I want to drag it way around the whole thing like that. Bam. Y'all see what I'm doing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now click the lower left corner, and now we're going to have the HOA switch auto. So we choose another examine on. HOA switch. And I'm going to say auto in all caps so that we know that that's the position of it. So this is your HOA switch hand contact, HOA switch auto. They really are two physical separate contacts that feed two separate inputs on the PLC. So when you write it for the real PLC, I'll send you a drawing. I'll have a drawing up there tomorrow that's going to give you some real addresses. So when you write it for a real PLC, you're going to have physical addresses that are separate. And so now we put our float in that's going to go around this. And so we say float switch. And we have that. And I think that's it. I believe we're set. We got, if we're in hand mode, no, we got another branch, don't we?
You got to add the other branch.
Right. So you want to click on the start button and choose branch again. And now, see, you have a branch inside the branch. If you didn't do the outside one, I've had trouble doing it backwards. So now you can stretch it around there like that. And now you have what you call a nested branch. You got an outer branch and you got an inner branch. So you got some real combination and or logic going on for sure here. And now we're going to choose another examine on. And this time we're not going to right click and hit new tag, but we're going to reuse this same tag. So we want to double left click this one and do the drop down. And we find this tag, sump pump starter coil. Double click and hit enter on your keyboard. And now now that's literally going to make that close when that triggers like that. Okay?
Right.
I'm going to hit save. And now I can download. Now let me make sure my emulator turned on. I don't even have the emulator on. Let's go. Make sure that you trigger the emulator itself. And
Hey, Mr. Durwood, I already wrote mine and I got it running right now on the emulator.
There you go. Awesome. 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 You're Speedy Gonzalez. I like that. So let's go. Let's see. Where was I at here? I've got to go over and get logic up. So I'm going to do a download. Communications, who active. And now we're going up through the virtual chassis, not through Ethernet, but the virtual chassis. And now I'm going to highlight the emulator processor and go download. So what you guys are doing on downloads, it's real. It's either virtual or real, but it's still, you're still doing it like you would be in real life. It's the same thing.
Same process.
It's the same process. It is no different. For what you're doing is no different. And now, if you notice up here in remote program, it's a light blue color. It says remote program, and you're not gonna function that way. You got to go to run. So you do that and do run and yes. And now I've got a power rail. And so now the first thing I would do is I would go toggle that stop button. So do y'all see mine running there?
Yeah.
So initially, this is reality. You're going to have that coming in from a normally closed external button. That's going to be there. You're not going to have to do anything with that in real life. It's going to be there like that. And then we're going to make a choice of hand or auto. If I take a 3-position switch and I go to the left, it's going to do this. So that's going to be when I go to the left with that switch. And then if I toggle this on and off, it's going to give me a holding contact to run that starter manually. So if you notice here, look here on toggle, it says Control T. Now watch this, guys. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to back out the watch. I'm going to hit Control T and do it and kind of toggle on and off real quick. So and I won't have to right click so much. So watch this here. T, Control T, and Control T. You see how fast that went?
Yeah.
So once you highlight the contact, you can toggle on, toggle off by holding the control button on your keypad, hold it in, and then hit T on, T off, T, 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 and you can toggle quick. So do you see it running there with the holding contact?
Yep.
Okay, now I'm gonna actually flip if I can either toggle to stop. You don't need to do that. You can just switch it from hand to auto. So if I go here and hit Control T, it's off, and I go here, hit Control T, then I'm in automatic mode. And what's it going to take now for the pump to come on?
Float.
Float. So I'm going to highlight that and hit Control T. So now you got the starter running, but it's not running based on a manual circuit. Now the funny thing is when it kicked on, the holding contact did kick on, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to. It's going to, because when that coil comes on, it's going to make that holding come on no matter whether you're in auto or hand, but it's not going to seal in around this because the hand is actually open. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So if the float goes off, I can toggle the float back off, and every time the float goes down in the floor, you're going to lose the pump starter. Now, let's say that the area of Smithfield Packing or somewhere is sending a pile of water to waste treatment. That's going to toggle back on again. Here comes the water again, about 10,000 gallons at one time. Bam, you got it. And so now the starter's on, and that pump's pumping. It's pumping it into a treatment tank so it can go through and be cleaned and treated and all. And so now the water goes, it pumped a lot of water out of the floor. That float's going to toggle right back off. Bam. So when it does, it automatically is going to manage that pump, and you're not going to have to sit there and monitor that thing. Pump systems like that nobody has to monitor them, not all the time. You only have to spot check them. So is everybody cool on this?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I'm going to cut my screen share off, and I'll say this. If anybody wants to do a screen share now, that's fine. I'll watch it, but that's totally up to you, because I know it's getting late. But if you want to do a screen share, now I'll certainly watch it, and I'll go ahead and give you credit for it. If you want to go ahead and shut it off tonight, that's fine, because I know it's getting late. I'm gonna leave that totally up to you.
Well, I'm gonna say goodnight.
That's fine. That's fine. I know you got to get up real early, so. This is only an option, guys. I'm not encouraging you to stay up late. Believe me, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not. Okay, so I'm actually looking at Victor's circuit now. Great. So you're in automatic now, so you can toggle on your float now. There you go. You can use Control T, Victor. Have you tried that? Look, try the control button on your keyboard, hit Control T. Yeah. Right. Right. That saved you some steps there. And now toggle your start button off. Exactly. Now you got your holding circuits working fine. You're perfect. That's good. That's it. Very, very good. Okay, I'm gonna put you down for 100. So I'm starting another column on the grade sheet, and this is going to be HOA sump emulator. And so Victor's got a 100. I'm recording your grades as you go if anybody wants to do a screen share. If not, I totally understand that it's getting late. But again,
I
I'll stick.
want to do one, but it's going to take me just a second. I got to find the file again.
That's fine. Okay. Whoever, the floor's open right now. If you want to do a screen share, anybody, you can certainly do it. Yep. Yeah. Anybody.
Durwood, I'm gonna write mine tomorrow.
That's fine. Yeah. I know you got to get up early, man. You better get some rest to be safe.
All right, thank you, Durwood.
I broke my finger. Let me show you something here. You see that finger right there?
Yeah.
I busted that finger, man, in 5 places, man, from working. You see the scars on there?
Yeah.
Them lines in there where it was busted all up. I busted that finger in 5 places one day working on a machine at the plant, and I was so darn dog tired, man. I wasn't thinking real clear, and I didn't lock a machine out, and I broke that finger in 3 places. 5, it was in 3 places, I believe. And there's metal fragments still in there. You see that scar?
Yeah.
You see that scar right there, man. You better get some rest, yeah.
Thank you, Durwood.
You're welcome. It don't pay to stay up like that and then put yourself in danger on the job. It is not worth it, man. Not worth it at all.
Yeah. Mr. Durwood.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. It's kind of off topic. Okay, so for my program, the electrical system program.
Yes, sir.
If I was to get the industrial one too, could I use some of the classes? Because I know some of the classes for the electrical system, I think it's like electrical 128. There's a few of them that you can use as electives for the industrial program.
That's right.
Now, would I have to take a different elective, or could I just use that one to use it?
Best of my knowledge, it'll apply in both programs.
Okay. 10-4. That's all I needed to know.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
That's like if you're getting a welding degree and an industrial systems degree, you can use your English and all that stuff would apply in both programs.
Okay.
You know, best of my knowledge, they'll transfer right on over. You know, the places that it won't are areas like you can't use if you have a core class in the industrial systems like ELC 111, for instance, basic electricity, intro to electricity.
Yeah. You
can't. That's a core class, so you can't use it as a core class and an elective. You know what I mean? But yet Nathan or Kenneth could probably use ELC 111 as an elective in their computer degree. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So could I use, because the electrical program, some of the core classes count as electives for the industrial, so I couldn't do that?
I would imagine you could. Like,
okay.
Give me an example, and I'll find out.
Let me pull it up on my phone. I got screenshots of them.
Okay, so this is Kenneth.
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay, now I wasn't watching, so toggle your float off, yeah, or yeah. That's good. Start. Great. Now toggle to start off. Perfect. That's good. Now switch it. Now get out of hand and go to auto. Perfect. And now turn the float on. That's perfect, man. That's it. That's a 100. Okay, I'm gonna put you down. Let's see.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you go ahead.
On the physical inputs, I'll get that stuff together tomorrow and get a drawing, and I'll get it in Moodle sometime. And so then you can start writing it for the real PLC. And those of you that are like going ahead like this, you can go ahead and write the real thing for this, for the PLC itself. And I'll have an actual float. I'm going to give you a brand new input for a real ball float that's going to go up and down like that. And I'll draw the float and I'll give you a new address that you hadn't been using. And we'll let you turn on one of these starters down here with a real float switch in a 3-position. This will be 3-position with two two contacts in there. I'll draw that switch with two contact blocks on the back of it, a real float switch, a real ball switch, and then you'll use the, that starter right there. Okay. So I'll get the drawing. Guess what I'm getting tomorrow, guys? It's Christmas time tomorrow. I'm getting AutoCAD electrical. Woohoo! Yep. That I've been asking for schematic drawing software. I've never had any that was like that, and I've done some stuff by hand, but I hadn't had schematic drawing software. But I'm finally going. The school can get it for me for nothing because they're already paying for AutoCAD. And the electrical portion of AutoCAD is actually an add-on that they don't have to pay extra for. They can get it under the same license. So if you get AutoCAD nowadays, the electrical portion comes with it. It actually comes built into it. If you get the 2021 version of AutoCAD comes with electrical. So all these symbols, all these schematic symbols that we're going over, if you see, do you see the screen I've got up now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, let me go back right there. So do you see that drawing right there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Now, that I actually did that using a trial version of some software that's only for so many days. I drew that the other day with those symbols and all. But they've got AutoCAD electrical for me to go in and get tomorrow morning on my laptop. I'm gonna have it and it's gonna look better than this. This is okay, but it's not. It's kind of it's not real high end stuff. So anyway,
Mr. King.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to be using the same PLC and the same modules? If so, I can go ahead and write the program and just put in the addresses when you send it, right?
Right. It's going to be the same PLC, exactly.
Okay.
And what you can, I can go ahead and give you some addresses if you want to. Use the same one for
that's all right. I'll go ahead and write it tonight, and then I can just add the addresses in tomorrow.
That'll work. You can make them as base tags and go back and change them. You can put alias, make them base tags tonight, and then you can make them as alias tags tomorrow with real addresses that I send you. But I'll go beyond input 5, and I'll have input 6 for the actual float. And for the 3 position switch, it's going to be input 1 and 2 that's not being used now. I've reserved input 2 for a second contact. Do you see that where I'm waving in there?
Uh-huh.
So here, actually I've got to change that because I got to have start, stop, and I got to shift some stuff down. Okay. So I've got to have the, actually I'm going to save input 2 for another start button for a dual start stop. I'm going to come down input 6 and 7 for a HOA switch and maybe input 8 for a float switch.
Okay.
And I'm going to leave, but I'll send a new drawing with just what you need for that one program. And I hopefully will be able to do it in AutoCAD tomorrow and send you a nice, pretty AutoCAD electrical drawing. Woohoo, So
that'd be nice.
Yeah, it'd be like Christmas time, man, to get that stuff. Yeah. Okay. So I'll shut that off and go back to oh Lord have mercy. What's that? Share. Stop share. Yeah. So did anybody else want to do a screen share or not? How about Justin? Did you get your emulator done? So he's away from the computer right now.
Mr. Durwood, I'm gonna call it a night. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Ken, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You get some good rest, man. Thank you. Have a blessed evening. Okay. Is anybody else still with me, or is everybody getting conked out? Or
I'm still here, Mr. Durwood.
Okay. So do you It's totally up to you. It's getting late. Did you want to do a screen share, or you have any questions about anything?
I'm not. Only question I have is about that question I asked you earlier.
About the courses?
Yes, sir.
What I'll do right now, why don't I go ahead and do an email and let you watch me on this, and you kind of tell me is this what you're getting at, okay?
All right.
So let's go to email. Does anybody else want to show me anything? Nathan or Justin? I think they're kind of away from the computer right now. So let's go to email. Yeah, I just don't want to hold nobody from doing. Do you see my email?
Yeah, I can see it.
So let's go to new, and let's go to Barney here. Let's see, what's going to be the best way to word this in the title? In the subject would be applying classes twice, maybe in 2 programs.
Program question. I don't know.
In 2 programs. Applying classes in 2 programs. I reckon that's probably close enough.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. ELC 128 in new So it's a core class in that degree. Is that what you're saying?
So, yeah. So electrical 128. That's a core class in the electrical program, and then if I go over to the industrial program, I can use that as a program major elective. And I was curious as if I was allowed to do that, or if I needed to take another elective.
I guarantee you it's going. I mean, I can't guarantee it, but I would bet money on it. Okay. Can you apply ELC core class for new electrical system degree? And
then there's some other classes, like both degrees have some of the same core classes. Would I be able to use those, or
I would think so. I would think so.
Because I mean, it's not that many more classes.
I could not imagine it not working, because it applies in both, and there's no, you're not going to you can't take it twice, so.
Yeah.
So is there any other example that you can think of?
Let me look at some. Other than my math elective, my social behavior sciences, my humanities, and my English or communication class, if I could transfer those back and forth and use them on both, it'll be fine.
Well, I already know that's going to apply, and I'll ask him anyway.
Okay. But yeah, that was my only question, because I didn't know how that would work. Because if I go for, it won't be many more classes I have to take if I want to get my industrial too, and that will look good on my resume.
English, math, and what else?
English, your math, your social/behavioral sciences, and your humanities electives.
That covers it, don't it?
You have to refresh your screen share because I kind of lost you.
You got it now? Can you see it now?
Yeah. So okay, how would that work whenever so when I complete all this and I go to apply for the get my degree and everything, do I just let them know that I'm wanting to go ahead and get both of them or what?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, you can get an electrical certificate when you take ELC 111, 113, 117, and 128. Those 4 classes, you get electrical certificate even before you finish all the degrees.
Okay, I got you.
But you got to tell the registrar. You would tell what's that the new lady's name? It was Betsy Lloyd, and now it's another lady. I keep forgetting her name.
Younger lady?
Yeah. She got kind of an original sounding name, and it's slipping my mind right now.
Last name Sinclair?
No.
Trying to think of the other girl that just got hired.
It's not. Billy Joe.
Oh, okay. I have no idea who that is.
Billy Joe. She's the one that you contact as far as registrar type things, and so you would tell her, Billy Joe Pittman. And what you would do is you would either call her or email her and tell her that you want to be entered into the electrical certificate. Your name to be entered into that program. And if you don't tell her that, even though you take the classes, you won't automatically get that certificate unless you ask for it. And so you can go ahead and have your name listed in that program. And then when you have all 4 of those classes done, you remind me in the last semester that you're taking one of them. And I'll go ahead and I'll submit a verification form to her. I'll do it during your last semester of the 4th class that you're taking for that. And
so, do I need to go ahead and talk to them and let them know that I'm wanting to get the electrical systems degree and the industrial systems degree?
Well, you are already enrolled in the industrial systems degree, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm already enrolled in that. But I am not enrolled in. Technically, I'm not enrolled in electrical systems.
So you'll have to tell her that.
Okay.
Yep. You have to tell them that you're gonna get a dual degree.
Hey, Durwood. Hey, could Barney tell me how many more classes I've got before I finish the industrial systems degree thing?
I mean, I could actually tell you that.
Okay.
Yep, I think I can pull that up probably now, if you want to see it.
I mean, it's up to you. It don't matter. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can do it. I think I can get to it.
I mean, you ain't got to do it right now. I mean, I can. You can show it to me later.
Mm-hmm. Is that all you were needing there, Dylan?
Yeah, that's it.
I'm gonna hit send.
All right.
That closed right there. Darren, what I can do is let's see. I'm gonna hit share screen, and I can go to let's see. I've actually got to go open up another browser. Let's go back out of here. Let's see. I'm actually going to cut the recording off so it can go ahead and, well, yeah, let me cut the recording off. We don't need to be recording now.